Why, hello folks! It is time for 2022's yearly roster review. We're gonna go through the entire roster of Warframes, and I'm gonna give my thoughts and opinions about where they rank, what you should be farming for, and what's good in 2022. I did one of these videos last year, very well received, so thank you for that. I'm gonna switch things up a bit this year. So I'm gonna change the categories up a bit to better reflect, like, I think it gives a better review, and that's going to change some of the rankings as well compared to last year. Not to mention the fact that there's also been some reworks, there's been some changes, you farm for certain Warframes a different way now, and we have a couple of new Warframes as well, so there's a bunch of new info that can be relevant for everyone watching as well, even if you watched last year's. So the categories that I'm going to be using for ranking Warframes, I'm going to give them 1 to 5 star rating in each category so that you can sort of see the difference between all of them. I'm going to break it up first into 3 categories that are basically just the gameplay loop, right? How you play the Warframe, how it functions in practice. And that's going to be offensive power, survivability, and support. Those are going to be the 3 categories. I'm going to rank Warframes based on like how they perform in each of them. Then there are 3 more categories which I'm going to refer to sort of as the intangibles, right? The things that aren't really related to the gameplay of the Warframe itself, but I think should matter when you review a Warframe. And that's going to be number 1, easy to obtain. Like how hard is this Warframe to farm for a new player? Like is this a Warframe that seems realistic to sort of like hunt for? And normally, when I do these lists, I tell people that if the Warframe gets like 3 stars or above in the category of like hard to farm for or easy to farm for, then you should just farm for it. It's gonna be fine. If we're talking like 1 or 2 stars in the hard to farm for, easy to farm for category, then I might actually suggest that you buy that Warframe with Platinum instead of actually farming for it, because it's quite a slog. Veteran players can probably do it, but if you're like new and the Warframe has like a 1 star on like easy to get, then it's probably going to be pretty hard for you to get that Warframe. The second one is beginner friendly, which I think is something that a lot of other reviews and roster reviews skip over. I've seen so many other reviews that just talk about like they judge a Warframe pretty much solely based on if they can do big damage numbers or not. That's basically it. And I feel like that's too simplistic of an approach. Not everyone is just after doing these level cap endurance runs or whatever. I feel it's also important to sort of judge a Warframe based on like, hey, if you're a new player or an intermediate player, like how is this gonna function? How is this kit gonna work? And if you don't have all of these insane sort of like endgame builds and stuff. So I'm gonna rank that as well. And the final intangible is a category I call fun to play. Just referring to the gameplay loop itself, and like, is this enjoyable? Is this does it feel good to use this Warframe? And like, I understand that this is a bit of a subjective rating, but I include it. I include it to at least so I feel that it's sort of a complete review of each Warframe in the game. Just like with last year's review, for this review, I'm not going to take the helmet system into consideration. The helmet system is it's a thing you can use to replace one Warframe ability with another Warframe ability from another Warframe. It is something that you can use to sort of like make certain Warframes better than they otherwise were, but it's a bit clunky to include it like in ratings. So I'm just gonna rate them based on how they function in their base form, and just let people know at times if there is some good helmet combination that you can use to sort of shore up that weakness. And finally, I'm just gonna take a moment to plug our socials in this space, because hey, why not? Why not? We got some cool stuff going on in other places as well. So obviously this channel, hey, 2-star players, you should be subscribed to it. If you're not, you should be. Other than that, hey, we got a Twitter account. It's called twitter.com/2starplayers. we put up a lot of pictures of our cats. So if that's something you're into, go check that one out as well. And with that out of the way, how about we start working on these reviews. So I'm gonna go over these Warframes in chronological order based on when they were released. So we're starting with the very first ones and ending up with the very last ones. So let's go. Now, first up, we have, you know, hey, it's the poster boy. It's Excalibur, one of the 3 starter Warframes. So, you know, a lot of new players probably wondered, hey, did I pick the right one? Should I have picked Excalibur when I started playing? So, in terms of offensive power, I'm gonna rank Excalibur at a 3 out of 5. That's pretty much where he's at. He's got some pretty good offensive tools. He's got his Exalted Blade. It is his Exalted Weapon. That also, like, just, you know, it's got range. It fires off these slashes that move forward. Yeah. And it's actually quite strong. It's quite strong both for a new player and for, you know, late game players as well. As far as Exalted goes, Exalted Weapons goes, it's one of the better ones. So he's got that going for him. Other than that, he's got sort of a simplistic kit. Whereas, like, just slash dash, you can do that to just jump between enemies and do a little bit of damage, which it's fine. It's nothing special. Radial blind is good. It's a crowd control ability where you blind everyone around you for quite some time, and then you can walk up and stab them with finisher damage, which is also quite strong. You can also augment this to increase the finisher damage that you do on blinded enemies. So that's pretty powerful. And Radial Javelin is, you know, you stick the enemies to walls with javelins. Yeah, sure, whatever. It's probably not going to use that one all that much. So he's got damaging abilities, and they work pretty well. So he's like kind of a middle of the pack kind of dude when it comes to power. In terms of survivability, he gets the very first 1-star rating out of everyone in this list, because he doesn't really have any survivability tools at all. When you get to sort of like end game, like, there are ways around this. There are mods and arcanes and other tricks, whatever, to basically make every Warframe in the game a super tank, so it doesn't matter. For a new game player, however, like the starter Warframes, you're gonna reach a wall eventually where you're just gonna keep on dying over and over again. And this is sort of the game's way of telling you that you should move on past the starter. So I actually think this is intentional from a design perspective. So he is not good at surviving. He's gonna die when you get to the mid game. Then he's gonna get good again in the end game, because everything is good in the end game. As far as support goes, he is getting another 1-star rating here. Like, this, he isn't really all that good at, like, supplying the team with any benefit. He's good at killing things himself. The only sort of, like, support ability he really has is his Radial Blind, where you can blind every enemy around you, which is nice. It's nice, but there are other Warframes that can do so much more than Excalibur can in terms of, like, helping out teammates and providing, like, a valuable asset to everyone besides just killing things. So he's good at killing things, and that's about it. That's what Excalibur is good for. So, yeah, you can see why, like, new players gravitate toward him, but, you know, that's Excalibur. Now, in terms of the intangibles, obviously, when it comes to easiness to obtain, 5 stars. 5 stars. He's one of the starters. You just get him for free when you start playing the game. And if you don't pick him, it's very easy to pick him up at a later time. You farm for his parts by doing the boss fight on Mars, which is a very early planet to get to, and it's a very easy boss fight that you can just run over and over again until you get him. So, super easy to farm for. And he's a starter. 5 out of 5 stars, nothing more to say. In terms of being beginner friendly, again, he gets the 5 out of 5 stars because he's so straightforward. There's not a whole lot of complexity to his kit. He blinds enemies with his number 2. He can use his number 1 and number 3 if you feel like it, but they're not super relevant. And he pulls out his big exalted weapon when you have a bunch of energy and slash and kill everything around you. It's super not complex at all. You pick him up and you immediately understand what you're supposed to do with him. So, you know, hey, very beginner friendly. And in terms of fun to play, middle of the pack again. 3 out of 5. he is, you know, if you like melee, then and you like swinging around your exalted weapons, then you're gonna like him. If you don't like melee all that much and you're more into the gunplay, then he's not gonna do a whole lot for you. So I'm gonna put him at the middle of the pack because it sort of depends on what you prefer as your playstyle. Some people are gonna like him, some people are not gonna like him, and so middle of the pack. Number 2, Volt, the electricity Warframe. Super cool guy. He was my starter, I'm just saying. In terms of offensive power, this guy gets a 4 out of 5. Yeah, he's a better on offense than Excalibur is, because he's got a couple of different things that all work in different ways to provide the damage buffs depending on what you need. He's got his number 1 ability, which just zaps enemies, but if you get the augment mod for it, then you can hold to cast to give extra electricity damage to all of your weapon attacks, which just buffs them all, which is good. He's got his electric shields he can plop down on the ground for defense, but then he can also shoot through them, and shooting through them provides a damage buff. This is very relevant for certain sort of endgame content, such like Eidolon hunts, where Volt is considered pretty much the best Warframe for playing that content. And then he's got his Discharge, which is like a huge AoE blast, which is very good for stunning and clearing out entire rooms of like low-level enemies. So if you run things like Sanctuary Onslaught, then Volt can clean up better than most people can. So he's got a lot of really good things going for him in the damage department. And it's relevant in the early game, it's relevant in the mid game, and it's relevant in the late game. It's a strong Warframe for damage output. For survivability, he's still weak, because all of the starter Warframes are, but he's slightly better than Excalibur. So I'm gonna give him 2 out of 5 stars. The reason being that all of his abilities revolve around electricity. Electricity stuns enemies. So if you hit enemies with electricity procs, they're going to be stunned for a while. And this sort of crowd control helps stay alive. He's got his shield he can plop down, and that provides, you know, hey, shielding! That's what it does. But none of these are like spectacular. And Volt does suffer a bit from being a bit squishy until you can figure out how to maneuver around that. Not as squishy as Excalibur, but still pretty squishy. So he gets a 2. Support, oh, he's so much better than Excalibur here. It's 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5. Because he provides a lot of relevant buffs for the entire team. His shields that you can shoot through, that's not just Volt. Anyone who shoots through the shields is gonna, you know, kill enemies better. They're gonna get the same damage buff that Volt gets. He can cast a speed buff that makes him run faster. Again, not just for him, it's for everyone around him. Super relevant when you're doing stuff like Void Fissures and you want to clear out missions as fast as possible. He makes everyone in the team move super fast, which is like helpful and relevant. And you know, hey, Discharge is a big AoE, it sort of stuns everyone around you, which sort of helps your allies a little bit as well. He's got a pretty good support package too. So I'm gonna give him 4 out of 5 stars in this regard. He's not bad for this at all. Not bad for this at all. How easy is he to farm for? Hey man, just like Excalibur, 5 out of 5. He is a starter Warframe. You get him for free when you start playing the game. If you pick another starter, Volt can be researched and crafted from your clan dojo. You can either build a solo dojo or a solo clan and research him yourself, or you can just join a clan and he's just there. You can just purchase his parts whenever you want to. Don't even need to farm for him. You can just buy his stuff. In terms of being beginner friendly, I'm gonna put him at the middle, 3 out of 5 stars. He does have more complexity to his kit than someone like Excalibur does. It takes a bit longer to sort of figure out how to use his abilities efficiently. Most people are going to gravitate toward his speed buff very early on. The shields aren't that relevant for a new player. They become relevant when you do sort of like end game stuff. And then you just, you know, hey, the shock stuff is okay, the discharge stuff is okay. It works. It works, but it's a bit clunkier than someone like Excalibur who just plays himself and you just can see instantly how you're supposed to use him. So 3 out of 5. In terms of being fun to play, I'd rank him above average. Mostly because he's a generalist. You can build him for a lot of different things. Some people like running fast, I'm just saying, and being able to use him for sort of like super endgame content as well. That's a completely different build. If you want to use him for Sanctuary Onslaught and just build around this number 4, that's a completely different build. So you can build him in many different ways that are all going to play a bit differently, which is nice. That gives him complexity and a lot of things you can do with him. So that puts him at 4 out of 5. And then we come to Mag, the final of the 3 starter Warframes. The Magnetism Warframe. Not magic, as I once thought. No, it's magnetism. That's her deal. In terms of offensive power, this gal is a powerhouse. 5 out of 5 stars, which might seem surprising to if you're like a new player and you're just looking at her kit and trying to figure out like, really? Is that all that good? Yeah, it actually really is. It really, really is. Using Magnetize to create this huge bubble that you can pull enemies into, you can abuse that together with certain weapons to create absolutely insane damage numbers. She also has ways of stripping enemy defenses and just removing all of their armor and shields and stuff, so that they just melt no matter how high level they are. So, once you get to sort of like the later stages of play, she can do some pretty monstrous thing in the power department. Like, actually one of the strongest Warframes in the entire game for just pure damage output, so don't sleep on her. Survivability, hey, guess what? She gets the 1 star, because that's a thing with the starter Warframes. They are not tanky. They are squishy as all hell. They die when you reach a certain point of the game, usually around Ceres, Jupiter, Saturn. That's where you run into a wall with the starter Warframes, where they have a really hard time surviving, and it's time to switch to something else. It's intentional. I firmly believe it is. But then you get to the end game and you can build everyone into a monster tank, and then they become survivable again, just like anyone else. But for now, just, you know, when you're going through the star chart, she's gonna die a lot. For support, I'm gonna put her in the middle of the pack. There are 3 out of 5 stars. The reason for that is because it's not a lot of direct support, but there is a lot of crowd control going on. Yeah, she's got pull, she can yank enemies, and they fall down. It's fine. Magnetize is very good for just locking enemies in place. Polarize is good because it depletes enemy shields and armor, so that your allies can take advantage of that as well. And crush is just damage. So she can help her team out a bit, mostly with crowd controlling stuff, but nothing spectacular in that regard. So 3 out of 5 stars. Easy to obtain, you guessed it, she is 5 out of 5 stars. She is a starter Warframe. If you didn't pick her, you can farm her from the Sergeant on Phobos. It's a pretty early planet, and the Sergeant is considered the easiest boss fight in the entire game. You can literally kill him in a couple of seconds. Farming for Mag is a breeze. She's very easy to get your hands on. 5 out of 5 stars. In terms of being beginner friendly, I'm gonna put her all down at 1. All down at 1 star. Because she has complexity to her kit. More complexity than maybe a starter Warframe should have. Warframes like Excalibur are very straightforward in how they play. Mag is not straightforward in how she plays, because there's the synergy with all of her abilities, and you have to figure out how to use them and what to combine them with in terms of weapons and stuff like that. So a new player approaching Mag is going to find a lot of her kit to sort of be lacking, and they can't really get a handle on how they're supposed to play her efficiently. And it's not until you get to the endgame stuff where you realize just how powerful she actually is. So for that reason, like, there's an argument that maybe she shouldn't be a starter Warframe. Maybe she's too complex to be a starter. Because she's not particularly beginner friendly at all. But she's good. And for fun to play, I'm gonna put her above average for 4 out of 5. Just because she's got these very sort of cool gameplay stuff she can do of just locking down areas and locking enemies in place and taking advantage of like all of these skill synergies between their different abilities. And it feels a bit more advanced than some of the other Warframes that are more straightforward. And I like advanced. I like Warframes that have a bit of complexity to them. So she gets an above average rating here, 4 out of 5. Loki. At one point, this guy was a starter Warframe. He is no longer a starter Warframe. Might be for good reason. He is a stealth frame. He's got invisibility and a bunch of other stuff. So how does he rank in terms of offensive power? Oof. All the way down. All the way down at 1 star. Because he doesn't really have a lot of direct offensive tools. If you want to do damage with Loki, you have to do it other ways. With your weapons and stuff like that. He can pull out a decoy, he can make himself invisible, he can switch places with enemies, he can disarm enemies, but none of his abilities do any sort of direct damage. None of them do. At all. Unless you count just being invisible and therefore being able to like do stealth finishers on enemies. That's basically it. He doesn't have damaging abilities. So, 1 star. Sorry, Loki. Survivability, 3 out of 5. And that's, hey man, that's because he's got 2. Like, decoy sucks. No one uses this ability because it's really bad. Enemies can just shoot through it immediately. But he's got a couple of other good stuff to keep him alive. Number 1, obviously, invisibility. Being invisible usually means that's all the survivability you need, because an enemy who can't see you can't shoot you. And then he's got his number 4, which is actually a really, really strong ability, Radial Disarm. It's an area of effect, and any enemy that gets hit by it are like permanently disarmed. They're forced to switch to melee weapons. They don't have guns anymore. Obviously it doesn't work against like stuff like Infested, who are just all melee. But for Grenier, Corrupted, Corpus, it's fantastic. He also has a passive that lets him wall latch basically forever. Now, no one really uses Loki this way anymore, that's a long time ago. But in theory, you could disarm all the enemies and then you can hook yourself to a wall and they're just running around there with melee weapons on the ground and they can't touch him. It's a bit... it's a bit wacky. But it works. Radial Disarm is a very good survivability tool. Invisibility is a good survivability tool. He gets a 3 out of 5 stars for just being able to survive on his own. In terms of support, I'm going to put him at above average. I'm going to put him at 4. The reason being, number 1, he's very good for certain mission types that other Warframes aren't, where he can help out, such as spy missions, when he can go invisible to sneak through spy vaults. And Radial Disarm is a fantastic crowd controlling ability for everyone in the team. Just nullifying all of the enemies around you so that they are basically no longer dangerous. It's great. How hard is Loki to farm for? Not very. I'm gonna give him 4 to 5. He's pretty easy to get your hands on. You just fight the boss fight on Neptune. It's the Hyena pack. They're not very hard. Kill them a couple of times, get all his parts. That's it. That's all you gotta do. It's very easy. In terms of being beginner friendly, he gets a 3-star ranking, 3 out of 5, because, it's pretty straightforward. Invisibility, you can get your hang around that. You understand what that's for. Disarming enemies, sure, that's good. And switch teleport, it's probably a bit clunkier to understand what it's for. You can use that in spy vaults to just switch places with an enemy to just get closer to the console. It's also very good for bounties or escort missions, because you can switch places with your escort target to just move them forward faster. That's a popular use of Loki. And these are things that you can do whether you're like a new player or an old player, whatever. It's not that complex. And his fun to play rating, above average. I kind of like playing Loki. I kind of like playing him, even though he doesn't have like these super powerful offensive abilities. Spy frames are fun. I like being invisible. And he's got a couple of different things going for him, where you can use him in spy vaults, you can use him in bounties. You can use him for endgame stuff too. Like, don't sleep on Radial Disarm. It can get the job done. So he can do a bunch of different things. It's pretty fun. 4 to 5. Rhino. Big boy. Very big boy. This is usually the Warframe that people gravitate toward after their starters. Rhino, for most players, is the first Warframe you get and the first Warframe you farm for. So, is there a reason to do that? Is he any good? In terms of offensive power, I'm gonna put him at 3 out of 5, middle of the pack. The reason being, Roar, mostly. It is an extremely good damage buff. He just adds more damage to everything. All of his weapons, all of his abilities, and not just him, everyone around him as well, area of effect. It is very strong. It's a very strong ability. He can also do a big sort of like ground slam stomp, and it stuns enemies, and it also damages them. He can charge through enemies. It's not that useful, but not in its base form, but you can do it, and you get some damage that way as well. But mostly Roar. Mostly just this passive buff that just gives everything more damage. It's really strong. Don't know what to tell you. It's very strong. And that alone gives him 3 out of 5. Now, survivability. This is where Rhino shines. 5 out of 5 stars. That is right, people. I'm giving him 5 stars. It's his Iron Skin ability. You just cast it and you get a bunch of armor that the enemies have to shoot through before they can damage you. And once they've shot through all of the armor, you can just cast it again and get more armor. So, for new players going through the star chart, this is enough to make him super tanky, almost immortal. Like, you almost can't die when you play Rhino. And for endgame players, there are some tricks you can use, to, like augments for his number 1, used together with his number 2, stuff like that. You can get armor values up in the millions. And guess what? That's gonna carry you through to endgame content as well. It's gonna hold up. You can, you can walk through a Corpus Nullifier and lose everything in a second, sure, but barring that, you're gonna, like, trust me, it works in the end game too. So he is very tanky, that's what he's known for, so 5 stars. Support, again, 4 out of 5, and that is because of Roar. It is, it's not just buffing himself, but he's buffing everyone around him with huge damage buff. It's meta relevant for early game, it's relevant for late game. You can use him in Eidolon hunt, stuff like that. With his Iron Skin, he can function as a guy who picks up points and scores in the index, because the debuffs in the index don't count for his Iron Skin. He has a lot of very good ways of helping everyone around him with his different buffs. Yeah, sure, he can stomp and do some crowd control as well, lift enemies up in the air, that's fine. But yeah, it's always good to have a Rhino on the team. How hard is he to farm for? He gets the 5 stars, he's very easy to farm for. You farm for him on the boss fight on the 2nd planet you reach, Venus, against the Jackal on Fossa. It's not a hard boss fight, so you can start farming for a Rhino practically on your first day playing the game. In terms of being beginner friendly, again, 5 out of 5 stars. He is a new player's dream, just because of his survivability and just general sort of weapon buffs. When your weapons start doing less damage and you're starting to have a hard time killing enemies, hey, just cast Roar and your weapons do damage again. Yeah, like, he is basically the Warframe you're supposed to gravitate toward after you're done with your starters. When your starters are no longer any good for you, you're supposed to pick up Rhino for a reason. He's built for that. So yeah, extremely beginner friendly, 5 out of 5 stars. Fun to play, this is sort of where he drops down, and I'm gonna put him at 2 stars. The reason being, and this is gonna be a recurring theme in this review video, Warframes where most of their abilities are passives, I'm gonna rank as pretty low on the fun factor. Iron Skin, you just activate it and it just stays active. It's there in the background, you don't do anything with it, and once it runs out you cast it again. Roar, you just cast it, it's a buff, it stays active for a duration. When it runs out you cast it again. But that's just it, they're just passive buffs. Charge, you're not going to use this ability very much. It's not that good. So it's just his stomp. It's his only sort of active ability he has. Which, okay, sure, he can do that, the big stomp. But mostly his relevant stuff is passives. So, not that complex, not that exciting. So fun factor 2 out of 5. What's the time? It's ninja time. Yeah. Ash, the ninja Warframe. He's cool, but is he any good? Well, let's start off with his offensive power, where I'm gonna put him at 5 stars. He lives up to his name as like just the assassin, because he can do some stupid damage stuff. Now, his number 1, his shuriken, doesn't seem all that good at first glance. With the augment, however, you can use it to just completely strip enemy armor. Just remove it so that they are open to the big damage. And then he has Blade Storm. You target enemies, you cast it, it spawns a bunch of these shadows who just show up and slash enemies for big damage. And this is big damage, people. This is massive damage numbers. So Ash, you can push his abilities up to practically level cap, and he is still gonna rip through enemies. He is the damage dealer. One of them, at least. Yeah, 5 stars in the damage department. Survivability, 3 out of 5, and that's a pretty common thing when it comes to the invisibility frames. He has his smoke screen. Boom, he can go invisible, just like Loki. But and that's pretty good. That's pretty good for surviving by itself. He doesn't really have anything else in that survivability department, but he can go invisible, and that's enough to give him 3 stars. Support, not that much. 2 stars. He's meant for killing things. That's what he does. He doesn't care all that much about buffing the team, right? Because he's a ninja. He's Shadow the Hedgehog. No, he's all about just doing damage, big damage numbers. So, in terms of support, he's a spy frame. He can go invisible, so he can help your team with doing spy missions. Not that he's very relevant for that. Most people pick other spy frames, but he can do it. And that's about as much of a team player as he is. Otherwise, he would get 1 star. But hey, let's give him a 2. Let's be nice. Now, in terms of being easy to farm for, last year I gave this guy 2 stars because it was already pretty hard to get. Now it's even worse. They have changed how you farm for Ash. They have now put his component parts behind railjack missions, late game railjack missions, and sort of late rotations in those missions. So you have to play one certain mission for like 20 minutes to get a 12% chance to get one of his parts, something like that. It is absolutely insane. Ash has become one of the hardest Warframes to farm for in the entire game. It's to the point where I tell people, don't even farm for him. If you want him, just sort of buy him for platinum, because it is a miserable experience trying to just get him through the normal means, unfortunately. 1 star. How beginner friendly is Ash? 3 out of 5. He's got his smoke screen, that's fine. He's got his teleport, that's pretty straightforward. He's got his blade storm, which is a bit trickier to get like a hang of exactly how it works, but you know, you'll see the big damage numbers. His big gameplay loop of like just how he actually scales up his damage, that's a bit more for late game players, but his kit is fairly straightforward as it is. So, you know, you can get a feel for how to use him. Fun factor, yeah, sure, let's put him at 4. Because he's got the aesthetics, he's got the ninja vibe, he's got the invisibility, he's got teleporting, which is also, it's a fun ability. And he's got his Kagebunshin, right? He summons his shadow clones, and that's cool as well. Everything about the design of Ash is cool. I can't deny that. And that alone gives him an edge in the fun factor. He's really, really cool. And he gets 4 stars in the fun factor because he's so cool. That's it. That's the ranking, people. Ember is my gal. Man. Like, I usually call Ember like one of the most underrated Warframes in the game. I truly think she is. Especially since her rework. People say that like Ember's not all that good or not all that relevant or whatever, and those people are wrong. Let's talk about Ember. First up, offensive power, 4 out of 5. She has 2 abilities that are extremely relevant here. Fire Blast. She hits enemies with an AoE. It removes their armor. When she's up at high sort of immolation rankings, you just strip their defenses entirely. Just remove all of their armor, 100%. Also doesn't damage. She can cast down meteors that slam everything. You don't even have to aim. Just click the button. Fire rains from the sky. It kills everything. Enemies run around on fire and set other enemies on fire. It's just a chaos on the battlefield. It's so fucking cool. And it's good. Survivability, 4 out of 5. She has her immolation. She casts this fire armor around herself. She can get up to like 90% damage reduction. Is that good? Is 90% damage reduction good? Yeah, that's pretty good for surviving. When your enemies only do like 1/10 of the damage that they usually do. How about that? She's got survivability in spades. Support, a bit lower, 3 out of 5, mostly because, you know, she's a huge nuker and a damage dealer, but that's about what she does. She can, like, stripping armor and knocking down enemies, sure, that's a bit helpful, I guess. But otherwise, she helps your team by just killing everything so fast that you don't even know what's going on. So, you know, I don't know, let's put it in the middle, 3 out of 5. How hard is she to farm for? Not particularly. 4 out of 5 in the easiness to farm. It is the boss fight on Saturn against Sargus Rock. So some Warframes where you just have to farm a boss over and over again, I put them at 5 stars. Sargus Rock is a bit annoying to fight, and like that's pretty much the reason why I'm only putting her at 4 stars, but still not that much of a hassle to just get her the normal way. Beginner friendly, again 4 stars. She just gets good grades across the board here. Activating the immolation aura to give yourself damage reduction. Yeah, people can sort of understand how that works. Calling down meteors, that's pretty self-explanatory. So, you know, just even for a new player, her abilities are just fun. They're just fun to use and they make sense. So yeah, 4 stars. Fun factor 5. Yeah. Number 1, she's got the aesthetics. You know how cool she is? Can you see how she's just walking through a world on fire because of her, and you just set things on fire left and right? You know how fun that is? That is super fun. You know what else is fun about her? And this is gonna be a thing for me, subjective opinion, but she's got complexity. She has got a meter. Yeah, in the bottom right, the fire meter, where you have to sort of like juggle that as a resource and balance how hot she's getting. She's hot enough as it is. But she can get even hotter. And once she starts getting really, really hot, well, hey, guess what? Her damage reduction gets better from her 2. Her armor stripping from her number 3 gets better. But at the same time, you start draining energy when it's too high. So you have to cast abilities that sort of vent your heat, like Fire Blast does. And then you balance all of these things around. And then you can get an augment for her Inferno, so that when enemies die from the meteors, they drop energy orbs, so to compensate. So you're constantly keeping track of like what's your heat levels, where's your energy levels, and you're spamming different abilities to move your heat bar up and down. That's fun. She's got fun factor and complexity, and above all that, she also shreds enemies with huge fire damage, and she's pretty tanky. What is not to love about Ember? I don't understand why people don't rank her higher. She is up there with the best. God damn, I love Ember. Man, she's cool. Trinity, the support Warframe above anyone else. She was built to be the support Warframe. The White Mage, the healer, everyone's favorite lobster. In terms of offensive power, I am gonna put her at 3 out of 5. That's right. She's the White Mage, she's the healer, and I'm still gonna call her pretty decent offensive Warframe. The reason for that is because of her number 2 ability called Energy Vampire. That's how she deals damage. Other than that, she's basically all support all the time. Energy Vampire you hit an enemy with it, and then it sort of says that like, oh, you gain energy over time, but what it also says is that it does damage, 25%. And that little symbol next to it means that it is what we call true damage. That is a damage type that ignores all defenses, all of them. If you increase your ability strength does more than 25%. If you hit enemies with viral procs, that means they get debuffed, so they take more damage. So if you first give an enemy a bunch of viral procs, and then you hit them with Energy Vampire, it's very easy to simply deal 100% of their health as true damage, bypassing all defenses. So this is like an ability that can one-shot kill most normal enemies in the entire game. And that's even up to level cap. It doesn't matter what level the opponent's at, because it just takes a percentage of their health instead of doing a basic damage number. That's strong. That ability is strong enough to give her 3 stars in the damage department. Survivability, 5 stars. That is what she's for. That is what she's for. She can put a thing on an enemy, and then your allies and you heal yourselves when you shoot the enemy. You can recharge your shields. You can link with an enemy to redirect all the damage you take to that enemy instead. So you don't even take the damage. Blessing, she has a big aura that gives everyone damage resistance, shield, health. It is just health buffs all around. So Trinity, very hard to kill. Very hard to kill her. Or very hard to kill anyone in the team when there's a Trinity around. So, 5 stars. When we come to support, yeah, man, you have to give her 5 stars, right? She's the support Warframe, and she's very good at it. Now, the only thing here is that, like, just, as the game has evolved, everyone is more tanky now, everyone is faster, enemies get killed faster. There's not the same need to have a pure support Warframe in the team. Unfortunately, she's held back by the meta, where she's not really needed the same way as she was back in the day. But things can change in the future. That's on the game, that's not on her. Her support abilities are still fantastic. It's just a matter of, we need to get the game in a state where that's relevant. But she can do it, so 5 stars. How hard is Trinity to farm for? She's pretty hard to farm for. I'm gonna give her 2 stars in that department. You have to make your way all the way through to Pluto in the star chart, and then you have to do the Ambulus boss fight. In order to do the Ambulus boss fight, you have to do missions on Pluto, you have to kill Ambulus who drop, and you have to farm for animal nav beacons. You need those in order to even do the boss fight. And doing the boss fight itself is a slog. It takes a long time, and you have to probably do it a couple of times to get all the parts. It's a bit of a hassle. I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit of a hassle. So she gets 2 stars. 2 stars for her farm ability. Beginner friendly, I'm gonna put her really, really low at 1 star. Because she needs builds. You need to build her for duration, for efficiency, for range, and all of that stuff to actually make her shine. And this is stuff that a new player doesn't really have the stuff for. They don't have the mods, they don't have the arcanes. So it's going to be difficult to keep all of our abilities up the way that you would want them to be. So she's more for sort of like at least intermediate to endgame players. And then we get to the point where, like, does the team need her? Who knows? Like, when the team really would need her, it's kind of hard to make her work as a new player. So I'm going to give her a low ranking here. Unfortunately, 1 star. Fun to play. Middle, I'm going to give her 3 stars, and the reason for that is because she's one of those Warframes I consider to be a bit divisive. It all depends on, do you like being the healer? Do you like being the support person in the group, or do you want to be the DPS? Right? It's the age-old question. Some people love playing healers, some people hate it. So, as a personal preference, you are probably going to give her either a 1 or a 5. So, to make everyone happy, I'm going to put my ranking in the middle. I'm going to give her 3 out of 5 stars. It's Mr. Frosty, Mr. Snow Globe, Mr. Frost. Yeah. How strong is Frost? in terms of like just pure offense? Not very. We're gonna put him at a comfortable 2 stars in this department. He does have damaging abilities, but they're not great for the most part. Freeze shooting enemies with like a fire, like an icicle like this, it's not very good for damage, and that's not really what you use it for either. Ice Wave, slamming it down like this and just hitting a cone in front of you, it's a little bit better, but mostly you're not gonna see a reason to use it. Snow Globe is a defensive ability. And then we have Avalanche, which is the good one. Avalanche, you cast an AoE, you hit enemies for a bunch of ice damage, and you also reduce their armor. But it costs a lot of energy to cast it, and it has a pretty long cast time, so it's clunky to use. Now there are some endgame builds where your Snow Globe can actually hurt enemies. If you shoot your icicle at your Snow Globe, it's gonna pop it, and it's gonna send enemies flying if they're standing outside and you pop it. And if they like hit a wall or the ground or something, then they're gonna take true damage from that. And there are some wonky builds where you can actually sort of like kill enemies up to the level cap with this very janky setup. So I'm just saying it can be done, but it's not. It's sort of a meme build. For just normal gameplay, you're not going to do that, and he doesn't have very strong damaging abilities. So 2 stars. Survivability 3. Because while he is a defense Warframe, he himself doesn't really have all the tankiness tools. The idea is that you plop down the Snow Globe, and enemies, they get frozen when they try to step inside of it, and they take some damage, and mostly to stay alive as a Frost, you are supposed to stay inside of the Snow Globe. This was designed back in an era where Warframe was a much slower game and much more of a tactical shooter and whatever. Nowadays, this game moves so fast. It moves so fast, so just the idea of just standing still inside of your Snow Globe is not very attractive for most people. Like, he can do it, that's how he stays alive, but probably you don't want to play that way, so let's only give him 3 stars. Support, unfortunately, I'm gonna put him at 3. You'd think it'd be higher, but it kinda isn't, because the support that he offers mostly is the Snow Globe, and that's mostly for just supporting defense missions, stuff like that. The problem is the Snow Globe is a bit janky. One thing is your allies can't shoot through it, so your allies have to stand inside the Snow Globe and shoot out to hurt enemies. They can even be annoyed by you putting down the Snow Globe because it makes things harder for them. It's just a bit outdated, his entire kit. The one place where he kind of still feels relevant is excavation missions, because he can put down multiple Snow Globes, which means that he can protect multiple excavators at the same time, and that is something that no one else can do. But that's about it. That's about where you really want to have a Frost in your team. So not much more than that, unfortunately. So we're going to put him at 3 stars. Shame. How hard is Frost to farm for? Not hard at all. You farm him from the boss fight on Ceres, which is Captain Vor and Lek Krill. Both of them you fight them together, but they're still pushovers. They're still very easy to kill, and it's a mission you want to play a bunch of times anyway, because you get a bunch of other good stuff from them. You get Orokin cells, you get the Mitre blueprint and components, you get the Twin Gremlins. So you want to farm that boss fight a bunch of times anyway, and you're just going to pick up Frost along the way. So yeah, 5 stars. In terms of being beginner friendly, I'm gonna put him above average. This is at 4 stars, and the reason why I'm gonna put him there is because for most players playing the game normally, just going through the star chart, Frost is gonna be the first defense Warframe that you get your hands on. He is the first purely sort of defensive Warframe that you can farm for in the game. And if you're still just running with your starters, that's the one mission type that you're probably struggling with. Like defense missions, stuff like that, where an Excalibur isn't particularly useful. And just getting Frost and just getting the Snow Globe, suddenly mission types that were hard become very, very manageable. And he feels helpful in that regard. then you're gonna outgrow him, and you're gonna find better defensive Warframes, and he's gonna fall by the wayside. But for a new player, it's actually pretty nice to have a Frost at times. So we're gonna put him at 4 stars. Fun to play, this is the low one again. This is 2 stars, and the reason for that is, like I said before, his gameplay of just putting down a snow globe and standing inside of the snow globe. It's not how we play Warframe today. Warframe is a fast, mobile game. You bullet jump, you parkour, you rush through maps. The speed of the game is the attraction of the game. That's why people play Warframe. Frost was designed during an era where that's not where you played. That's not how you play the game. It was more of a tactical shooter. And having something like the snow globe was like, yeah, sure, that's how the game was played back then, but it's not anymore. And just the idea of standing inside of a snow globe all day just probably doesn't feel very fun for most players. So he'd probably need a rework or something to make him more fun in today's game. So yeah, 2 stars, unfortunately. Sorry, Frost. Now we get to Nyx, the Mind Freak. God damn, she's cool. She's cool. Offensive power, hey, we're gonna put her up there at 4 stars. You're like, what? 4 stars, really? I don't understand. What does she do that's so damaging and whatnot? We'll get to that, people. We'll get to that. And we're getting to that with Psychic Bolts. That's right. You see that thing? 80% defense reduction. That is at her base 100% ability strength. She only needs a little bit of ability strength, like 120% or something like that, to put it up to 100% defense reduction. You can fire this on enemies and just completely strip all of their defenses, remove all of their shields, remove all of their armor. This works against stuff like Acolytes in Steel Path as well. Just one click of the button, click, all of their defenses are gone and they turn into wet paper. You can take a Mark 1 Bratton and you can shred Acolytes in the Steel Path after you've hit them with Psychic Bolts. It is just such a strong debuff that alone makes her powerful in late game content for like super high level enemies. So yeah, 4 stars. Don't sleep on her. Survivability, it's up there. It's 4 stars. It's 4 stars again. And if you look at her kit, it's like Mind Control. Yeah, it's kind of a bad ability for Nyx. You just turn one enemy into an ally and he distracts enemies. You just take some fire and whatnot. But yeah, sure, it's a bit of crowd control. And chaos, you put down an area and enemies inside the area start shooting each other. They can still shoot you if you walk close to them and stuff, but you know, it's good for just locking down an area with crowd control so you don't take damage. And then Absorb, which just makes you absolutely immortal while it's ongoing. And then enemies shoot you, and when you disable Absorb, you just turn all the damage back on the enemies. Now, Absorb is usually how people stay alive with Nyx, but they use an augment mod for it. There's an augment mod for Absorb called Assimilate that lets you not have to be stationary. You can walk around and you can fire your guns while Absorb is active. You can only walk. You can't run, you can't jump, you can only walk, but you can move and you can fire your weapons and stuff like that. And while Absorb is active, you are immortal. Period. You're immortal, so as long as you have energy, you can't die. Yeah, so she's got the goods to stay alive for a long time, even in high-level missions. 4 stars on the survivability. For support, I'm going to put her at 3 stars, and the reason for that is because she's got defense stripping on enemies. You only hit a couple of enemies, unfortunately. I wish it would hit more enemies at the same time, but a couple. But that's good for your allies as well. And Chaos is a pretty good crowd control tool to just make sure that enemies in an area shoot each other instead of shooting you. That's relevant for your allies as well. So she's got some support abilities. She's not spectacular as a support frame, but she's got some stuff that's helpful for the team. So we're going to put her in the middle of the pack. How hard is Nyx to farm for? Not particularly. You farm for her through a boss fight. It's called Forid. Forid shows up in invasion missions, when you can do invasion assassinate missions against the infested. And Forid is a pushover. So just play that invasion mission a couple of times and you got all of her stuff. It's mostly like you have to advance far enough into the game where you can access these invasion missions, and then you have to wait for one to pop up. Shouldn't take too long, so she's pretty easy to get your hands on. Let's put her at 4 stars. Beginner friendly, she is not. She is not. 2 stars. I almost put her at 1 star, but let's put her at 2 stars. Just because some of her kit is relevant even for early players. But mostly the thing about Nyx that makes her interesting is that her abilities, they aren't particularly relevant for low-level content. But for high-level content, stuff like Steel Path and Endgame, suddenly her abilities become really good when you're facing off with enemies that are really, really strong and dangerous. So she's kind of more for late-game players than she is for new game players. Now, unfortunately, most people, they play the game, they try out Nyx, they can't understand how she works, they can't get her to work, they drop her off, they think she's bad, and they never touch her again. And then, when they get to stuff like Steel Path in the endgame, and you tell people, oh yeah, just use Nyx, they kind of think you're joking, but no, I'm not joking at all. Use Nyx, and you can just walk through Steel Path. But for a beginner, she doesn't provide all that much, unfortunately. Fun factor, again, middle of the pack, and she's divisive. That is because, hey, do you like walking? Because that's what you're gonna do if you play Nyx with like an Assimilate build, which is the popular build for her. If you like walking, then you're gonna love her. If you don't like walking, you're gonna think she's a bit annoying to play. Now, there are ways around this. There's like void dashing. There are sort of melee combinations that send you flying and just making you go forward fast. There are Helminth abilities like Reeve, where you can just use other abilities to move while you have this active. So there are ways around it. So you can still be mobile when playing Assimilate, but it can be a bit clunky to get it to work. Some people are gonna enjoy the challenge and think she's fun to play. Some people are gonna sort of hate playing her. So let's put her at 3 stars. Alright, it's time to talk about Banshee. How strong is Banshee? Banshee is 5 stars. That's how strong Banshee is. That is the damage numbers we're talking about. And you know why? Not because of stupid soundquake or anything like that. No. It's sonar. So, sonar. You hit a location. Boom. Enemies reveal weak points. If you hit them multiple times, they will reveal multiple weak points, so it's very easy to hit them. If you hit enemies in one of their weak points, they get a damage multiplier. How big is that damage multiplier? It's goddamn huge. Look at this. Even at just 100% ability strength, with no modding whatsoever, that's 5 times. You do 5 times the damage you normally do if you hit an enemy's weak point after you cast sonar. That is insane. She has augments that lets this sonar sort of spread to other enemies as well. You get up to like really high ability strength numbers. You can hit enemies with such insane damage multipliers that you could go in there with the weakest weapon in the entire game and just shred. In particular, note that sonar works against Kuvaliches and Sisters of Parvos to get around their weird damage reduction numbers. So if you want to one-shot a Sister of Parvos or a Kuvalich, just bring Banshee and pop, they're dead. 5 stars. Oh my god, she's so good at dealing damage. Survivability, low. 2 out of 5. That's always been the drawback of Banshee, that she is a bit squishy. It's a bit hard to keep her alive. She only really has one good defensive ability, which is Silence, which makes enemies take a quick stun when they get inside the area. And most notably, enemies who are inside the silent area, they can't use any of their special abilities. They can only do normal attacks. So that's pretty good. I mean, you can keep enemies perma-stunned by like moving in and out of the area so they get stunned over and over again. That's nice, I guess. But that's pretty much it. So she needs help. She needs help in the defense department. You'd need to use stuff like the helmet system, or some strong arcanes, or brief respite, and abusing shield gating and stuff like that to actually keep her alive in high-level content. It can be done. You can keep everyone alive if you know what you're doing. But if you don't have access to those tools, she's gonna feel a bit squishy. A glass cannon, if you will. But there's a meta for those two. Support, pretty good. 4 out of 5. Sonar is not just for you. You reveal weak points for your allies as well. She's got her Fusroda, her sonic boom. You can augment that to strip armor from enemies if you want to do even more stupid damage numbers. Not like you even need it, but if you want to, you can do that too, which is crazy. Silence is also a big area of effect. It helps allies because your opponents can't use their abilities. Very good, for example, fighting against Necromechs in isolation vaults, because Necromechs can't activate their abilities. So you don't have to deal with Void Rigs and their Storm Shrouds, and everyone in your team just dies from self-damage and stuff like that. No worries about that if you have a Banshee. And then you have Soundquake, which is her number 4, which just locks down an area. This ability is kind of like outdated. It's not that good anymore. People used to use it in like interception missions to just make sure that no enemies could capture any points, but I don't know. Usually when we talk about helmet builds, everyone would recommend that you would remove Soundquake from her kit. And just focus on her 1, 2, and 3 together with something else instead. But still, she's pretty good at support, so let's give her 4 stars. Easy to obtain. Man, 5 out of 5 stars. Why? Because you get her from dojo research. Just go to your dojo, buy her stuff. That's it. That's all you have to do. Don't even need to farm for her. You can go and get her right now. 5 stars. Beginner friendly, decently. I'm gonna put her at 3 stars because it's pretty straightforward. You cast this on enemies and then they die when you shoot at them. You cast this and then enemies around you are gonna be a bit dumber and don't know what they're doing. It's pretty straightforward. That's it. That's pretty much all you need as a new player playing Banshee. Sonic Boom can be fun. Soundquake can be fun, but they're sort of optional tools. You don't really need to use them all that much. But, you know, her number 2 and her number 3, they're good enough to just let you go through most of the stuff you need to go through. Fun factor, I'm gonna put her at 4. I'm gonna put her at above average. You know why? Because, hey, look at that. This ability actually requires you to aim at certain weak points. I like that. I like complexity, where the game actually sort of like requires you to do a specific thing to make the ability work. That's great. Silence is fun. It mutes the sounds around you. That's neat. That feels cool. Feels impactful. Soundquake can be fun if you like just feeling like you're doing cool stuff, and even if it's not the best ability, it feels sort of fun to use for a while. Yeah, and she's very active. Requires a lot of mobility, movement. You can't just stand around with her. So she feels sort of like high intensity to play, which is rad. What can you say about Saryn that hasn't already been said by like a million other people, right? Most popular Warframe in the game. And for a reason. Offensive power, 5 out of 5. She is so scary. She's so scary. You cast spores on an enemy. You kill that enemy. The spores spread to another enemy, and then they spread to another enemy, and then they spread to another enemy, and they just keep on spreading forever. Just hit, so long as there are enemies around you, the spores are just gonna keep on spreading. What do the spores do? They do a damage over time effect. It never stops. It never goes away until they die. How much damage does it do? A little bit at first, but it keeps on ramping up. And it ramps up more, and it ramps up more, and it never stops increasing. It is sickening. It is frightening. That ability alone carries her through everything. Then you have Toxic Lash, her number 3 ability. When it's active, all of her abilities do extra toxin damage, all of her attacks. And what it does is, if this is active, you don't even need to kill enemies to spread the spores. you only need to hurt them, and then you're gonna start spreading the spores, so they spread even faster. You have Miasma, which is a huge AoE. It hits enemies for viral damage, and then if they are already affected by spores, they take a damage multiplier. Oh my god. It's crazy how much damage he can do. Absolutely crazy. 5 stars. Survivability, 3 stars. Not where she shines particularly, but she has Molt, which is an extremely good defensive ability. You cast it to create a little decoy that enemies fire upon. Once you create the decoy, you heal, you get a speed buff, and you can augment it to just give you like a heal over time as well. It's pretty good. It's an ability that does a lot of things at the same time. But then, you know, who cares, right? Because everyone around you is dead. They died 10 minutes ago from your spores. There's no one alive to shoot at you, so who cares about survivability? She will survive just because you can't even get close to her without dying. But, you know, she's not a standout in terms of defensive skills, but still 3 out of 5 stars. Support, 5 stars. 5 stars. That's right, people, 5 stars. Because of the damage output. You know how you defend a defense objective? By making sure that the enemies are dead before they even get within a kilometer to it. Her spores can kill people who are in a different room, on a different side of the map, and they still just die. She's good in all mission types. She's good for exterminate. She's good for defense. She's good for whatever you could imagine doing. She's good in the steel path. She's good for low level content, good for high level content. She's good for everything. She's amazing. Man, she's a powerhouse. How hard is she to farm for? She is pretty clunky to farm for, 2 stars. You have to make it all the way to Sedna, which is like the final planet in the star chart. Unless you count those last sort of void missions. But yeah, it's at the very end. And then you have to fight in Rathum, in the arena, to collect judgment points before you can access the boss fight against Kayla the Thame. And then you have to do the Kayla the Thame boss fight, which, while it's not the hardest boss fight in the game, it can be a bit clunky. But yeah, it takes a while to get her the normal way. Not the hardest in the game to farm for, but certainly not easy either. So let's give her 2 stars. Beginner friendly? Yeah, 5 stars. 5 stars. What's not to understand? You put spores on enemies and they die. That's it. That's how you play Saryn. You put spores on enemies, you cast your number 1, and then everything around you just starts dying by itself. Don't need any more explanations than that. It's so easy. Everything about her is easy. Like, the rest is just a cherry on top. Toxic Lash, Molt, Miasma, whatever. All you need is your number 1, and everything in the game dies. That's... yeah, that's pretty beginner friendly. 5 stars. Fun to play. I'm actually gonna revise a bit from last year where I put this at a 5. I'm gonna put her at 4 stars this year. I think I was a bit too generous with Saryn in that regard, simply because, you know, it's fun to kill things efficiently, right? It's fun to just watch everything around you melt and die, and that's where the fun factor from Saryn comes from. It's fun to be the person in the team who does the most damage. It's fun to look at that end screen and seeing that you did 80 or 90% of all the damage. That's nice. But in terms of like actual game complexity, it's not that much. You cast your number 3 to activate Toxic Lash. Then you cast your number 1 on an enemy. And then you hit them once with like your melee weapon or whatever. And then suddenly everything around you is covered in spores, and then everything just sort of drops off and dies. But, you know, and then you just repeat that. That's the gameplay loop. Occasionally you cast your Miasma as well. So, I don't know. It's fun because it's fun to be a powerhouse. But the gameplay loop itself, I think I gave her too high of a rating last year. So I'm gonna put that down a notch. 4 stars. Alright, we got Train Man, we got Vauban, the Engineer, the Isaac Clarke Warframe. How good is he offensively? He is below average. He's 2 stars. He's a support Warframe, that's what he is. Most of his abilities aren't like spectacular for doing direct damage. He's got a lot of other stuff going for him, but just in terms of being the powerhouse damage outputter, that's not him. That's not what he does. Survivability, pretty good, 4 stars. He's got a lot of just crowd control. He's got a lot of just ways of locking down an entire area. Yeah, sure, he's got his Tesla balls. Hit enemies with electricity, zap them, they get stunned for a bit, sure. He can put down a bunch of different mines that do a bunch of different things. Flechette Orb, the most relevant one, that just fires nails in every direction, which is great. But he's got some other stuff where he can like hook enemies or whatever as well, and immobilize them, tether them together, sure. But you're probably mostly gonna use the Flechette Orbs. Photon Strike is kind of garbage. No one really uses that. But then you got Bastille, where you can just lock down an area, trap enemies in that area, pull them into a vortex. They're just ragdolled, can't even move. And you can keep this going for so long and just suck in every enemy. They can't do nothing. So if you want to lock down an entire area, you can do that easily. And then you just stay alive, because the enemies, they can't move, they can't do anything. That works. Support, 5 stars. He's a support god. That's what he does. Because, like I said, he locks down an entire area. Just slam down Bastille. Slam down Mine Layer. Just drop Flechette Orbs everywhere. You can just cover the entire map with your nonsense. Enemies literally don't know what to do. They can't do anything. That's nice. 5 stars. How hard is Vauban to get? He is not hard to get. You buy his stuff for Nightwave credits from the Nightwave store. That's it. It's not that hard to get Nightwave credits. So if you want to get a Vauban, you can get him very easily. Nowadays, for a new player, he's probably going to be one of the first Warframes you get your hands on. And he's just a great all-around supporter. 5 stars. Very easy to get. Beginner friendly? No. Below average, 2 stars, because there's complexity to his kit. Which, you know, for good and evil. Tesla Nervos. You can either cast it or you can hold to cast to generate more. Takes a bit of time, but you get more Mine Layers. I mean, more Tesla Balls. Mine Layer. You have 4 different abilities that you have to rotate between, depending on which one you want. Takes a bit of time to get the hang of. Bastille does one thing when you tap to cast, does another thing when you hold to cast. So and it's kind of hard to get a good grip on when you're supposed to be doing what. It's as far as like just, you know, hey, this game, it throws a lot of systems at you as if you're a new player. Just when you start playing Warframe, it's like, hey, here's a million different things that you need to understand how they work. And then you kind of want something like Excalibur, right? Where it's just, here's a sword, go and slash enemies with the sword, that's it. That is not what Vauban is. And since you get him so early, he can feel overwhelming, and you can be like, I don't even understand what I'm supposed to be doing with this guy. So he's unfortunately not that beginner friendly. He's good, but he's not beginner friendly. 2 stars. Fun factor, I like Vauban, I like him. Let's give him 4 stars, because it is fun to feel like you're in control. It is fun to lock down an area where just like, you are now inside of my dome, I make the rules in here. That's what it feels like to play Vauban. And that's cool. His design is cool too, but like in general, just you feel powerful. You feel like you're in charge. And we like that. So 4 stars. Alright, let's talk about my girl Nova. She's great. Okay, she's great. There's some people out there who are doing my girl dirty, trying to say that she's not great, but she is. So, offensive power. I ranked her a bit low last year. I ranked her a bit too low. We're gonna bump that up a bit this year to 3 stars. I was a bit unfair to her last year, I'm gonna say. So, normally when you look at her abilities, she's got defense ability, she's got mobility ability, she's got big AoE for slowing enemies, stuff like that. But she does have antimatter drop, and I didn't give this ability proper respect last year. Sorry for that, that was a mistake. So what you do is you fire a ball, and then that ball is gonna detonate. But you can charge the ball up if you fire your guns at the ball while it's moving. And you can actually charge that up pretty goddamn insanely high with the right weapons and knowing what you're doing. So yes, you can actually use her number 2 ability as a pretty potent nuke. Now, it is a bit clunky. It's not like Saryn, where you just click the button and everything dies by itself. It's not like Equinox, where you just click the button and everything dies. This one requires some work and some input from you as a player to make it work. But the damage is absolutely there. So I'm still not going to categorize her as like a huge damage dealing Warframe, because there are other Warframes in the game that can do that much better than she can. But saying that she doesn't have anything, that's not true. She does. Survivability, pretty good, 4 stars. And that's the combination of her number 1 and her number 4 ability. Her number 1 ability, Null Star. It gives damage reduction, scaling with duration, actually, but only on her health. Not like on shields or anything like that, which is unfortunate. It would be much better if it worked on shields as well, but it gives her damage reduction on her health. Can get up to 90%. It's hard to build for it to get it all the way up to 90%, but it can be done. Molecular Prime. It is a big area of effect, and all enemies inside are slowed to a crawl. And that is where the survivability actually comes from, because, hey, if you want to survive, then maybe just not take any damage, right? If your enemies are moving at a snail's pace, at a crawl, then they can't really shoot at you. So that's nice. That makes her pretty easy to survive with. So let's give her 4 stars. Support, 5 stars, and that is because of Molecular Prime. You can build Nova 2 different ways. Well, you can build her many ways, but the 2 main ones are either slowing down enemies, like this, with just increased ability strength, doing the build we call Slova. Excellent for any sort of defense mission, and for other mission types as well. Great for hunting against Tusk Thumpers, right? So you can shoot them in their legs because they can't move. That's great. You could also build her for negative ability strength, making enemies run faster. That's called Speedva. And that can be good for defense missions as well. If you have some really strong damage dealers in the group, then enemies are going to be running to the defense objective at super speeds. You're going to be able to kill them really fast, because you just need to get there so you can kill them. And that way you can get through waves and waves and waves of defense really quickly. So if you want to go long in a defense mission, bringing a Speedva is going to make it take considerably less time. She's excellent for supporting the team in many different ways. So how hard is Nova to get? Not that hard. She's very easy to get. I'm going to give her 5 stars here. All you got to do is make it to Europa, and then you got to fight against the Raptor on Nama. It's not that hard of a boss fight. It can be if you're a very new player and you're sort of struggling to kill the Raptors in time. But as far as the bosses go, it's considered a bit of a pushover, to be honest. So, pretty early boss, kill it a couple of times, build your Nova. Not that hard. Beginner friendly, I'm gonna put her at 3. Just because, like, sure, the antimatter drop, that's not very beginner friendly, just figuring out how that works. Null Star is not that beginner friendly to figure out how that works, but Molecular Prime is just... cast your number 4, everything around you is slow to a crawl. Yeah, that's useful, relevant, helpful for anyone at any stage of the game. And it's a feel-good ability. It feels very good to use. So yeah, let's put her in the middle of the pack, 3 out of 5. Fun factor, it's above average, it's 4. She's got a nice, well-rounded kit that covers most bases. She's got 1 ability for defense, 1 ability for damage, one ability for mobility, and it's a wacky one where you get to teleport, and it feels so disorienting, but it's fun once you get the hang of it. And she's got the big sort of AoE crowd control thing as well. So it feels like she's got all her bases covered, all of her abilities feel useful, all of her abilities feel rewarding to play. So yeah, I like her. Let's put her at 4 stars for fun factor. Man, look at those scores. Nova scoring high across the entire board. She's maybe she's good, right? Maybe she's good. Nekros, Edgelord. Well, we actually have another guy who's even more edgelordy nowadays, but Nekros. Well, Ash was the first edgelord, right? Nekros is the second edgelord. The Necromancer Warframe. Yeah. Let's talk about Nekros. Offensive power, below average. 2 out of 5. 2 out of 5, because that's not really his deal. That's not what he's for. There's some stuff you can do, right? You can soul punch enemies, yeah, okay, whatever. But his Shadows of the Dead, where he can raise the dead, and then they fight for him. You can actually build around this so that your raised enemies are pretty good. And they can do a decent amount of damage. It's usually not what people use Nekros for. They use him for being a loot frame, but you can do it. You can build him around this, and it works. It works. There are better damaging Warframes out there, but let's not sleep on this. You can do some stuff with this, so he's not useless. Survivability, pretty good. Pretty good. So we're gonna put him at 4 stars here. Number 1. He does have his Shadows of the Dead, because they distract enemies. There's a bunch of guys you can resurrect. Enemies don't shoot at you because they shoot at your shadows instead, and they hurt enemies, so that's good. You got your Terrify. You can cast that to make all the enemies run away from you, which is neat. And also he has passive healing. He has passive healing by itself. Whenever you kill enemies, you just restore health. Why is the Syndicate sigil put on his butt in this? That's weird. Why did it end up on his butt? Who knows? Anyway, so he's got tools to stay alive, and he is pretty tanky as it is. Support. This is where Nekros comes in handy. 5 stars. Why do I give him 5 stars for support? I give him 5 stars for support for this ability called Desecrate, and this is the reason why people play Nekros. Fallen enemies drop additional loot. That's it. When you kill enemies, they can sometimes, while this is active and you're running close to the corpse can drop additional loot. That's great. That is exactly what everyone needs in this grinder's game. That's just about grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding and getting resources. And Nekros can cut down your grind time in goddamn half. Oh my god, the Syndicate markers are just... They're multiplying. They're all over his body now. What is going on here? What is going on here? That is so weird. Anyway, back to... There's so many of them! Why are there Syndicate markers? There's more every time this thing loops. Oh, that's so fun. Anywho. Everyone is always happy to see a Nekros on the team because that means they get more resources. Period. That is why you play Nekros. And that is why Nekros is always going to have a place in the meta, in any meta. Fantastic support frame. How hard is Nekros to get? Not that hard anymore, because you can get him pretty early on. You get him by fighting against Lephantis on Deimos, the boss node there. It used to be harder because it used to be that the Lephantis boss fight didn't have public matchmaking. So you had to go in there by yourself and fight him solo, and that could be tough. Because Lephantis is a bit of a gear check. If you go in there with bad gear, it's going to take like half an hour to kill him. But if you can just go in there with a 4-man squad, it's fine. It's just not a problem fighting against Lephantis. So, early boss, it's not that hard anymore. You can get Nekros pretty early, which is what you want anyway. So, Let's give him 4 stars. Beginner friendly, middle of the pack, 3 out of 5. It's pretty easy to just, you know, tell people, hey, you're number 3, always have it active. Okay. You're number 4, you can cast it to summon some dead enemies and they'll help you. Okay. His number 1 and his number 2, they're not the best abilities in the world. Most people just skip them, so they just stick to 3 and 4, but you know what to do with those. Plays itself. Fun factor is low. And that is because, like I said, his number 1 and his number 2, they're not that relevant, you don't use them all that much. His number 3, you just always keep it active. It's just a passive thing in the background that just gives you more loot. And when you cast Shadows of the Dead, it's sort of a passive ability. You cast them and then they just walk around and kill enemies by themselves. It doesn't really require any input from you. So you just cast the abilities and then you just let them be there. You aren't really doing anything. And the active abilities that he has aren't all that great, unfortunately. So, personally, I mean, this is sort of a subjective opinion, I guess, but personally, I find Nekros a little bit boring to play. He's useful for his Desecrate. You want to play him to get more loot. I just wish he was more fun to play as you were playing him. So, you know, not that fun. 2 stars. Oh well. He's still good. Just wish it was more exciting. Alright, we got Valkyr. We got Catwoman. What is there to say about Catwoman? Well, got some stuff to say. Number 1, offensive power. We're gonna put her at 3 out of 5 stars. She's got the offensive tools. That's fine. She has her Warcry ability that just gives more attack speed. And slowing down near enemies, sure, but like more attack speed. And she's got Hysteria, her exalted weapon. Big sort of claws slash through enemies and all of that stuff. And it's fine. It's fine for damage. I put Excalibur at 3 stars because he had an exalted weapon, right? And this one is also pretty good in that regard. Now the problem here is power creep, right? Is that the game has sort of passed her by, so her kit's a bit outdated. There are just melee mods and stuff like that. You can just get normal melee weapons ramped up to such ridiculous degrees that her exalted weapons are at best on par with what you can just do with normal melee weapons. So her exalted weapons don't feel all that special anymore. They have the added thing of like making her, you know, immortal while it's active. But as far as just the damage output, it's nothing special. So we're gonna put her at 3 out of 5 stars, which is a bit unfortunate because this is supposed to be like one of her signature things and it's not that strong. Survivability is high, it's at 4 stars, and that is simply because what I just said, Hysteria. While her claws are active, she is immortal. And there is the drawback of like if it gets deactivated by itself because you run out of energy and stuff like that, then you take a bunch of damage from all the damage you should have taken while it was active. But if you know what you're doing and you know your playstyle, that's not going to be a problem. That's not going to happen. Support, it's... I'm going to put it at 1 star. Yep. I know Warcry buffs the attack speed of allies as well, I know. But I don't think it's all that relevant, especially since like Warcry is her Helminth ability, so you can just give this away and put it on another Warframe instead. So if you want that attack speed buff for your team, you can other players can do it better than the Valkyr can, unfortunately. And then her sort of like, you know, knockdown AoE ability is kind of bad because it does pretty bad damage, but you have to drain your own shields to cast it. So if you don't have any shields or have low shields, it's going to do even less damage, and you gotta put yourself in a vulnerable state. It's not great, to be honest. And yeah, you can pull in enemies with Ripline. Okay, it's a bit of a crowd control thing, but it's just... Otherwise, she's a damage dealer. She's supposed to run around and kill things with her claws. That's it. Maybe I could have bumped it up to 2 stars just because she can buff the attack speed of nearby allies with this, but I don't... who knows? Maybe I was a bit too harsh. Maybe she should have gotten 2 stars here, but I'm gonna keep it at 1 because I honestly think Valkyr is probably the Warframe in the game that needs a rework the most, because I don't think her abilities are all that good anymore. How hard is she to farm for? She's not hard to farm for. You fight Alad V on Jupiter. Alad V is a complete pushover. It's a very easy boss fight. And you just kill him a couple of times and you get her. 5 stars. If you want a Valkyr, you can go and get a Valkyr in 10 minutes. How beginner friendly is she? Well, not that beginner friendly. Like, she has her buff for more attack speed, okay. And then she has her exalted weapon. But her exalted weapon can kill her if you don't use it the right way. Her paralysis can hurt you yourself by draining your shields if you don't know how to use it the right way. And her ripline feels probably a bit questionable to a new player why they even have this ability. Because, like, hey, this ability was created at a time when bullet jumping wasn't a thing. But now everyone can move like this just without the ripline, so it's more for fun if you want to move that way. I don't know, but it's like, so I actually don't think she's all that beginner friendly as far as Warframes goes. I'm gonna put her at 2 stars. And unfortunately, when it comes to fun factor, again, I put her at 2 stars. It's a shame. I know there are people who enjoy using the ripline just for funsies, but it's completely irrelevant. You don't need it for movement. You have those movement tools. Every Warframe has them. She has a crowd control tool that requires you to hurt yourself. And other than that, it's just melee. She has one ability that gives her more attack speed, and she's got an exalted weapon. So you just walk around and hit people with your claws. That's the entire gameplay of Valkyr. And personally, I tend to not like melee frames that much. Some people do. Some people love just going through the game as a melee game. I think the gunplay is more fun. And nothing about Valkyr's kit is about gunplay at all. So I just don't really enjoy playing Valkyr. I'm putting her 2 stars. Sorry kitty. You need a rework, more so than anyone. We got Oberon. Another sort of support Warframe primarily. In terms of offensive power, below average, I'ma put him at 2. This guy is mostly a supporter and healer. He has some damaging stuff, which can be relevant in some scenarios, but usually not that much. The most classic one is his hallowed ground. He puts grass on the ground. He puts grass on the ground. That's it. Enemies that walk on the grass, they take damage and they get debuffed and all of that. He's got smite. He fires radiation stuff that bounces between targets and does a percentage of enemy health as damage. So it can be relevant as a single target thing if you hit something where there aren't a bunch of targets it can bounce around to, because then all of the orbs are going to hit that one target and it's going to actually take a big chunk of their health. But it's tricky to use correctly. There's an augment for this mod that you can infuse all of your weapons with radiation damage, and that's probably the better use for it. But it's okay at best. And he has his number 4, where you can lift up enemies and slam them into the ground. You can reduce armor with it, you can do damage with it. It's got a really long casting time, it costs a lot of energy to use. And in order to get a proper armor reduction out of this, you have to build your Oberon for like 300% ability strength or something like that, which is really hard to do. So it's just not all that good as a damaging ability. That's not his thing, he's not a damage dealer. So 2 stars. Survivability, 4 stars. And that is because he does have debuffs. He does have some crowd control. And then he has renewal, which is nice. It is a healing aura. It affects Oberon. It affects allies around Oberon that just makes them heal. Just makes them heal over time. Just like bonus armor and stuff like that as well. It pairs very well with a mod called Hunter Adrenaline that lets you regenerate energy whenever you take damage. So if you don't have any shields left and you start taking health damage, well then you heal yourself with renewal, but taking the damage also replenishes your energy so that you can keep it active forever. So if you have Hunter Adrenaline, Oberon suddenly becomes sort of very tanky and very self-sufficient. Support, again, above average. That is in fact what he's built for, so it's good that he's good at it. Debuffing enemies with the grass, it helps allies as well. Crowd controlling enemies and stripping their armor, it helps allies as well. And obviously, since his healing aura is not just for him, but it is for allies in his vicinity as well. So that's a bunch of support. And it works, and it's effective, so yeah. 4 stars. It's a good supporter, good teammate. We like Oberon in our team. How hard is Oberon to obtain? Well, he used to be pretty easy. Because you used to just get his stuff from Eximus enemies as random drops. So if you just played the game for long enough, eventually you just have an Oberon. But now they moved him to Railjack, and they moved him to like Rotation C of defense and survival missions and stuff like that. And they made him one of the hardest Warframes in the game to farm for. Now we're gonna put him at 1 star out of 5. If I could put him at 0, I would. It's just no one is farming for Oberon anymore because it's super not worth it. High level Railjack missions that you have to be a pretty late into the game to even have access to them, and then you have to play them for a really long time, which most people don't want to do. So you're gonna be struggling to find a squad for it as well, and you're probably gonna have to farm for by yourself, doing like 20 waves of defense or 20 minutes of survival in high level Railjack content, and you're just not gonna do it. So you've just stopped seeing Oberon in public games. No one's getting an Oberon anymore. 1 out of 5, currently one of the hardest Warframes in the entire game to farm for. Is he beginner friendly? No, not really. 2 out of 5. Like I said, for renewal to really work, you need to have the Hunter Adrenaline mod that takes some farming and it takes some know-how. Most of his abilities are pretty... Like, his number 4 is very energy costly. It requires you to have some sort of like high-level stuff to be able to cast it consistently. And the rest isn't like super self-explanatory either, how you're supposed to play him correctly. So it's pretty tricky for a new player to sort of like understand how Oberon is supposed to work. So 2 stars. When it comes to fun factor, however, we're going to put him at 4 because of that complexity. Sometimes something that makes a Warframe not be beginner friendly can also be what makes it fun. Because simple can sometimes be boring. And Oberon is not simple. Oberon has to balance resources. Oberon has to pay attention to where the enemies are standing and where he's supposed to place his buffs and debuffs. Oberon can do pretty good single target damage in the right circumstances if you can time your stuff and you know how to aim it and put it down correctly. So it feels pretty rewarding to play Oberon the way he's supposed to be played. And so we're gonna give him 4 stars for the fun factor. Just wish you could get him. You just can't get him anymore. But if you could, you'd have a fun time playing him. Now, Zephyr is an interesting one. She got a rework in 2021. She used to be pretty low on people's tier lists. So where's she at now? Where's she at a year later? I put her pretty low in last year's roster review. So let's talk about Zephyr after her rework. What can she do today? Well, they gave her a new passive. She gets 150% crit chance with weapons while she is airborne. That is not additive, it's multiplicative with other crit chance bonuses, so it's a stupid crit chance number. She got a rework to her Tailwind, to make it easier to just make yourself airborne forever if you want to. Their Airburst, which is her grouping ability, also got a hold to cast to send enemies flying, or you can just click to cast to implode and suck them together. So it's now a pretty good grouping ability, honestly, compared to what it was before. Turbulence unchanged because it's what it is. It's a fantastic survivability tool that just redirects projectiles. Yeah, you can still hurt her with like melee weapons and big explosions, AoE weapons and stuff like that, but just for projectiles. You just bounce off, you just can't hit her. So if you're flying, then that's gonna give you pretty good survivability by itself. And then you got her tornadoes that trap enemies, they suck them up, and if you shoot the tornado, they hit everything in that tornado with like the elemental damage and just whatever buffs you have on them. So it actually does a lot of damage. So where's she at now? Offensive power, 4 stars. The passive buff is amazing to increase her damage output. Her tornadoes, if you build for like, I don't know, like AoE damage on your weapons, like electricity, gas, stuff like that, and you group up a bunch of enemies and you shoot the tornado, just watch as everything melts combined with the crit buff. Super strong. She's a really, really potent damage dealer right now. Survivability, 4 stars. Because, hey, guess what? Turbulence is one of the best survivability tools in the entire game. If you just stay airborne, which is you're supposed to do with Zephyr, you're supposed to always be in the air, then you can't be hit by projectile weapons. You just can't be hit. That's all the survivability you need. You don't even need to build for it. You don't need to build for armor and shield and health. Just always keep this ability active and be in the air, and you pretty much can't die. Support, 4 out of 5 stars. She's got grouping. She's got more grouping. She's got crowd control. Enemies are locked into the air. They can't do anything. She basically holds down an entire area by herself and also does a shit ton of damage. So, yeah, she's got everything under control. You want a Zephyr on the team at all times nowadays. She's so good. 4 stars. How hard is Zephyr to get? She's not hard to get at all because you get her from your dojo research. You can go and get one right now. Just go to your dojo. Buy a Zephyr. That's it. That's all you gotta do. 5 stars. Yeah, go get her. Beginner friendly? Yeah! Just middle. 3 stars. I mean, just tell anyone to just, okay, you're supposed to always be in the air because then you do more damage. And you can fly if you want to. You can just tap this ability to fly around back and forth in the air. That's fun. And then just plop down tornadoes wherever you want enemies to die and shoot the tornadoes. Always keep your number 3 active and then you can't die. It's pretty like easy to get your head around her. It's pretty easy to understand what you're supposed to be doing right now with Zephyr. Fun factor, 4 out of 5. She's different. She's supposed to always be airborne. She levitates pretty well and she just doesn't drop to the ground by herself. So you can just, she feels different to play from everyone else. And now all of her abilities are in such a good spot, so you use like all of them. Not like some Warframes where you just use maybe 1 or 2 of the abilities and you just ignore the other ones. No, you want to use like her full set of stuff, and it all feels effective, it all comes together, it all works. Zephyr is currently, I would say, one of the best Warframes in the game. Because she doesn't really have a whole lot of weaknesses right now. She's pretty much good at everything. So long as you enjoy floating in the air. You can do some stuff with her. Don't sleep on Zephyr. Really good. Really strong. Now we get to Hydroid. I'm gonna say I might have been wrong in saying that Valkyr is the Warframe that is in most dire need of a rework. I think it's probably Hydroid who is in the most dire need of a rework. And we're gonna get to why as we talk about him. First up, offensive power, we're gonna put him at 3 out of 5. It's not that he can't do damage, he absolutely can, it's just that doing damage with Hydroid is clunky. His main damaging ability is called Undertow, which is you go deep, you go into the water, and then you can suck enemies into the water. Enemies who are in the water, they start to drown. So they just take damage, and then they take damage over time, and that damage over time just keeps on increasing and increasing and increasing and increasing, and it takes a percentage of their health. So it doesn't matter if you're up to level cap enemies, they are still gonna die. A level 9000 enemy and a level 100 enemy are gonna die in the exact same amount of time. So that's good as far as damaging goes. The problem is you have to be in the undertow for this to work. You have to be down there in the puddle where you can't really move. I mean, yeah, you can use Tidal Surge as a mobility thing, and that works while you're in the puddle, and you can like collect more enemies into the puddle with this, but you can't traverse terrain through it. So like if you just face some stairs, then you're done, and you have to leave the puddle to go up the stairs, and that just deposits all of the enemies you had in there. They're out again, and then you have to suck them back into the undertow. So it's super clunky. It's super clunky, and it's not fun. He's got some other stuff as well. The Tentacle Swarm can do some damage, but that's not what you use it for. Tempest Barrage, it does some damage, but it's not that good of an ability. Most people don't really use it. So he can do damage, but it's not a fun time doing it. Survivability, again, 3 stars. Now, he doesn't have any sort of like anything that buffs his armor or health or whatever from any of its other abilities. You can group up some enemies with Tentacle Swarm as crowd control, that's it. But other than that, his survivability tool is the Undertow. While he is in the Undertow, he is immortal. Nothing can hurt him. He's completely invulnerable. But he has to be in the Undertow. So as soon as you leave the Undertow, you can get killed again. So if you want to be immortal for high level content, you gotta just stay in the puddle. Stay in the puddle. And if you don't want to do that, well then, tough shit, then he's not that survivable. Support, 4 out of 5. This is what Hydroid is actually good for right now. And that is because the Tentacle Swarm has an augment called Pilfering Swarm that makes enemies who are trapped by the tentacles drop more loot when they die. That's why people play Hydroid. He is a loot frame to give you more loot when you play the game. It also works together with Nekros, so that you can combine the two to get even more loot. There might be some people in the comment section who are going to try to correct me here and say that nope, he doesn't work with Nekros anymore, but then you have not been paying attention, because so many people, yes, they did do that. They did do a change so that you couldn't do Nekros and Hydroid together anymore. But that was such a hated change, and so many people complained about that change that they reverted it. So yes, it works again. You can use Nekros and Hydroid together to get double loot on top of double loot. That is what he's for. But that is the only thing he's for. Otherwise people don't play Hydroid. So, you know, he needs to be reworked. As far as his farmability, I'm going to put him at 3 stars. You can get him pretty early on. You farm for him on Earth with the Vayhek boss fight. The problem is that the Vayhek boss fight is actually really clunky and sort of annoying. And not necessarily hard, but just tedious. Really, really tedious. So most people sort of avoid doing that. So, not the hardest, not the easiest either. 3 stars. Beginner friendly? No, he is not beginner friendly. Because most people, like, this is pretty energy draining with the Undertow. You need some pretty advanced stuff to make it work, which a new player doesn't have. And without that, you can't be in the Undertow like you want to. Tidal Surge feels weird to use without the Undertow. Tempest Barrage just feels weak because it is kind of weak. And then you have Tentacle Swarm. So you have one usable ability for like a new player. And that's pretty much all you're going to feel that he's going to be for. And then we come to the big one, which is fun factor. And Hydroid is the only Warframe on this entire list that I'm going to give the score of 1. I hate playing Hydroid, because the only way to really make Hydroid work, unless it's just Tentacle Swarm, unless it's just to combine this with Nekros for more loot, then the only thing Hydroid has is the Undertow. Which means you have to be in the puddle where you can't move, you can't do anything, you just sit there and wait for enemies to die. And it is beyond boring. Hydroid desperately needs to be completely reworked, because he's the most anti-fun that you can imagine. It is not the way we play Warframe today. Warframe is a game of mobility, and Hydroid is the antithesis of that. It's just... I just want to stop playing the game if I have to play Hydroid. Gotta do something about it. Sorry, but it's a problem. Moving on. If Hydroid is a party pooper, then Mirage is the party. She's so cool. The Harlequin Warframe. Let's start by talking about her offensive power. 5 stars. Yeah! She's got some insane damaging tools. Number 1. Hall of Mirrors. Create doppelgangers around you. And they also fire your guns for even more gunfire. You can augment that to make them even more fire. And that's great. Then you can build her differently if you want to. You can build her for booby traps with sleight of hand, where you turn resource drops on the ground. Instead, you turn them into booby traps and they explode. And it's really good. You can build this around. You can build her around this, so you can play like defense missions or Sanctuary Onslaught, where you just kill everything with booby traps. She's got Eclipse, a sort of inconsistent ability, because it's dependent on whether you're standing in light or standing in darkness to do different things. If you're standing in light, it is a very potent damage buff when you can get it to work. And then you have her Prism. You shoot a disco ball. For low level enemies, it shreds them. Absolutely shreds them. High level enemies, not so much. But if you want to do like just fast content, this is gonna do the trick. Not to mention that there's an augment for it, where it just stays on you instead, so you don't throw it. And then you can just run through a map really fast and just melt everything. So for low level content, you got the Prism. For defense missions, you got Sleight of Hand. For higher level stuff, where you just want to bring out the tough gunfire, then you got your Hall of Mirrors, and it rips. Man, she's so good at dealing damage. Survivability is her weak point. That's where she gets 2 stars out of 5. She is squishy. She's got Hall of Mirrors that distract enemies, because now, I don't know which one to shoot, right? So that protects against some enemy damage. And then she has Eclipse, which gives her damage reduction, but only when she's standing in the dark. And if you want your damage buffs, then you're going to be standing in the light. So it's inconsistent. You won't always get the damage reduction when you need it. So unfortunately, she is a bit squishy. And she does struggle a bit to stay alive on higher levels. You need some extra help with that. You need like the helmet system to give her some different defensive abilities. Like Null Star works very good for Mirage, because you already sort of build her for really high duration, really high strength, and then like low efficiency and low range if you want to do like a Hall of Mirrors build. And that's exactly what you would want if you want to put in like Null Star. So you could replace either her 3, or either her 2 or her 4, depending on how you build her and what you want to be using or not. Put that in there. That solves a lot of problems. But in her base form, she does struggle to stay alive. Unfortunately, 2 stars. Support, 5 stars, man. 5 stars, because she's got Sleight of Hand. She can lock down an entire area for defense missions and just kill everything, and you don't even know what's happening. You don't understand how everything around you is dying before even getting close to the defense objective. And then you see that you have a Mirage in the team. And it's like, oh, okay. It's because they're building around this one. Gotcha. And just, yeah, sure, I guess the prism works a bit as well for just killing everything around you, whatever. But sleight of hand is such a strong tool for carrying defense objectives, for carrying Sanctuary Onslaught. That if you have a Mirage on the team built around this, you don't even have to do anything. You don't even have to click a button. And then the mission is over. Nothing even got close to you. It's crazy. Mirage can be farmed decently easy. So we're gonna put it at 3 stars. It's just that you have to play a quest. You just gotta play a quest that comes in the somewhat later stages of the game, and that's when you get all of her stuff. That's it. It's pretty straightforward. Beginner friendly, again, middle of the pack. I'm gonna say 3 stars. It's just keep your number 1 active at all times. Keep your number 3 active at all times. That takes care of damage. Throw out your disco ball when you want to have fun. Cast your number 2 when you want to defend something. Okay, pretty straightforward. Fun factor goes high. Fun factor is 4 stars because, again, I've said this before, I gravitate toward gun-centric Warframes. I think guns are more fun than melee, and all of her stuff is yeah, her Hall of Mirrors is for increasing the potency of gunfire. Eclipse is for increasing the potency of gunfire. She's got buffs for and like damage output that is centered around using her guns, and I think that's fun. That's fun in itself. She's also got these really rad aesthetics. Just the Harlequin thing. She's got that going for her as well. On a personal note, I think she's cool, and cool factor also plays in. So I'm gonna put her at a very safe and secure 4 stars. Alright, now we got the most interesting Warframe on the entire list, which is Limbo. Limbo is interesting. He is the most different of all Warframes. He plays completely different from everyone else because he can go in and out of the rift. He can go into the upside down. He can jump between realities. So he can port himself into a different plane of existence where you can still see everything around you, but you can't interact with it. You can't hurt them, they can't hurt you. While you're in the rift, you also regenerate energy. That's great. He can banish enemies into the rift with him. He can create a localized rift plane that hurts enemies inside. He can paralyze enemies who are in the rift. He can also rift surge them, and no one understands what this ability does. But he can augment this to make enemies in the rift take more damage. In terms of offensive power, below average, 2 out of 5, and that is on purpose. The reason why is because Warframe abilities pass through the rift. So, if you were able to damage enemies with abilities, he would be completely broken. Because then he would be able to hurt enemies, but they can't hurt him. So he doesn't have a whole lot of like direct damaging abilities, besides like Cataclysm. But yeah, he'd need to use something else for that. That's pure offense is not really what he's for. You can do that with the Helmet system. You can give him damaging Warframe abilities with the Helmet system, and that is really effective. Because then you get that scenario where he can hurt the enemies, but they can't hurt him. That's pretty crazy. But base Limbo can't do that. Base Limbo is 2 stars in damage output. Survivability 5 stars, because hey, like I said, when he's in the rift, with very few exceptions, enemies can't even interact with him. Nothing can. He's just immortal. And even when he's in the normal world, he can use like Cataclysm and Stasis to sort of create a localized bubble where nothing can hurt him either. It's very easy to stay alive as Limbo. Support 5 stars because of his very unique mechanics. If you know how to play Limbo correctly, you can be helpful in so many ways. You can build around this Cataclysm because it breaks resource containers, right? You can just run through a map and spam this to just break every resource container on the map. That's nice for your teammates. For defense missions, you can just lock it down so no one can touch it. No one is able to interact with the defense objective. You're safe forever. Whenever there's new content, whenever there's a new mission type, people always bring their Limbo because it just nullifies whatever threat was intended, and then the Digital Extremes have to hotfix the game, so because Limbo broke the game again. That's what Limbo always does. He always breaks the game with every update because he's so unique and special. He will always have a place in every meta if you learn how to play him correctly. Limbo is always going to be relevant. He's so cool. Is Limbo hard to farm for? No. 3 out of 5 stars. Just gotta make it far enough into the game to where you just play a quest. Just play a quest to get Limbo, and then you get him. Beginner friendly? No! No, 1 star. He is the most complicated Warframe in the entire game. And so many... The reason why Limbo gets so much hate is because so many new players play him and they don't know what they're doing, and then they sort of like disrupt the gameplay for the entire team. If you banish enemies into the rift, then your teammates can't kill them. When you port in and out of the rift, you leave behind a little portal, and your teammates can go through that, and then they are trapped in the rift. And you can roll. You can roll, like the dodge roll, to go in and out of the rift, so your allies can do that too. If they accidentally go into the rift, they can just roll to get back out into reality, but maybe they don't know that. And then they're stuck in the rift for the rest of the mission and they don't understand why they can't attack enemies anymore. And then they scream at the Limbo. Oh man. So it takes a bit of finesse and you have to read up on how he works. He's not really for beginners. But if you know how he works, then he's just the coolest. Which brings us to fun factor, where I put him at 5 stars, because he is the most unique. He is special. Limbo plays differently from everyone else. He feels different. He can do different things. He is completely unlike everyone else. And the whole mechanic of jumping in and out of the upside down and being just a master of reality, when you get the hang of it, it feels really cool. And it's never gonna stop feeling cool. Can't recommend enough learning how to play Limbo, because you're never gonna go back once you do it. Man, he's great. Play Limbo, people. Just play Limbo. Alright, so next up is Gunslinger Girl. Mesa. Offensive power. Let's just throw out a little quick 5 out of 5. That's right, 5 out of 5. Super good damage dealer. That's why people love her. She can shred, and the way she shreds is with this, her number 4 ability. The Peacemakers. The signature secondary weapons that she is rocking. The dual pistols. Cowboy style. They are very cool. They are very strong. You don't even have to aim them. You just hover a reticule over where the enemies roughly are and just hold down the fire button. And they melt. Everything dies. Just shreds. And there is a drop-off point, right? They don't scale forever in terms of damage. They're not still gonna be good when you're fighting against level 2000 enemies or something like that. But for every other sort of content in the game, even up to like level 300, level 400, level 500 enemies, if you want to go that long, these Peacemakers are gonna do the trick just fine and just kill everything. That's what she does, just kills everything. You know, the only problem is you have to stand still while you're shooting. There's an augment that lets you walk while you shoot, but just walk. Otherwise, I know people just sort of jump in the air and just activate them while they're mid-air. Shoot, and then deactivate before they land. And you know, that works. You just gotta get used to the playstyle, but the damage is absolutely there. Survivability, 4 out of 5. That is the combination of her number 2 and her number 3 ability. Her number 2 ability jams the guns of nearby enemies. So, yep, they can't shoot at you, their guns are jammed, that's good. Number 3, reflecting back incoming bullet damage. So, it protects against projectiles. Also really good damage reduction. Doesn't protect against melee attacks. So, if your enemies are in melee distance, you gotta use your peacemakers to kill them before they get close to you. But her number 2 and 3, they're duration based, so just keep both of them active at all times, and you're not gonna die. Support 4 out of 5, partly because of just, you can just run through a exterminate mission and just mow everything down in style if you can activate and deactivate fast enough. You can stand on a defense objective and just rotate your mouse cursor and hold down the fire button. Everything melts. Shooting gallery, it also buffs allies close to you, giving them like a damage buff in addition to giving yourself one. So she's just all around nice to have on a team. She's gonna do most of the damage, sure, but she's also gonna help you out. It's just all around good time. Farmability, a bit lower, 2 out of 5. The reason is you have to go pretty far into the star chart. You have to reach Eris, and then you use the Mutalist Alad V boss fight to farm for Mesa. In order to do that boss fight, you have to have Mutalist Alad V nav coordinates to access the mission, and you get those for doing invasion missions. Whenever they pop up, they can sometimes reward you with Alad V nav coordinates as a reward. So it's a bit clunky. You have to sort of jump through a bunch of hoops in order to do the boss fight. So it can take a while. You also have to do like the Patient Zero quest first, just to get the actual blueprint. So you know, 2 out of 5. It's a bit of a hassle. Not the worst, but it's a bit of a hassle. Beginner friendly, above average, which is probably also a lot like a big reason why she's so popular. 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5. It's just very straightforward. Her number 1 ability sucks. Yeah, store damage, and then for one shot you can get big damage. Whoop-de-doo. No one cares. No one cares about her number 1 ability. If you're gonna use the helmet system to make her stronger, this is the one you're always gonna replace. It's so replaceable. But then it's like just, yeah, keep your number 2 and 3 active at all times to make yourself tanky. And then just activate your 4 whenever you want everything on the screen to die. That's it. That's how you play Mesa. That's all you need to know. Can't get any simpler than that. Fun factor, I'm gonna put her at 3 stars. It is fun to use the peacemakers, the regulators. It is fun to just mow down everything on the screen. But, like, one ability is garbage, you never use it. The other 2 are just passives that are just always active, and then you don't think about them. So the only sort of active ability use you have is turning on and off your number 4. That's it. That's all you're doing. And you can't move while your regulators are active. So I would put this lower. I would put her low in the fun factor, maybe down to like 2 stars, if it wasn't for the fact that when you do activate them, the regulators feel really good to use. They feel super rewarding, super fun, and enjoyable. And that's sort of what saves her. But that's it. It's just, Mesa is just peacemakers on and off and passive buffs. So, could be more fun, but she barely scrapes by with a 3-star rating on the fun factor. Oh man, what are they gonna do with Chroma? What are they gonna do with Chroma? He is in such a weird spot right now, where people don't really know what to make of him. And they've tried reworking him, and it's still just, I don't know. The problem is that, like, he's not bad. Like, offensive power 4. Yeah. He's got Vex armor. You activate an armor, it's duration based, you can refresh it so it doesn't run out, and if you take damage, you get a bunch of buffs. At a completely unbuffed state, just 100% ability strength, you can see the damage increase for his weapons. You can get that up to really crazy numbers. You can get up to like 600% more weapon damage, which is great. It's a great weapon buff. But that's it. That's what he's got. The other things don't really improve his damage output, so he's got one ability that can increase his weapon damage. It increases it by enough to where you give him a 4-star rating, but that's what he's got. He's got his new Spectral Scream, it's just the damage isn't there. It just isn't there. It's just not very good. Sorry. Survivability, 4 out of 5. Vex armor also increases his armor by a lot. He also has Elemental Ward, which is an additional defensive ability based on what energy color you use. No, it used to be energy color. Now you flip through elements with the Spectral Scream ability. Sorry, they changed that. Now it's just, you can just pick different ones. Most people gravitate toward the cold buff because it's just even more armor. Okay, so you got 2 abilities here that just give him a bunch of armor and a bunch of weapon damage. Okay, so that's enough to give him a 4-star rating in defense as well. Sure. I'm not talking about effigy because it's not useful for anything. Leaving his cloak behind. It's only useful for one single thing, and that is plopping it down on Prophet Taker right as Prophet Taker dies to give a chance of getting double credits. Otherwise, it's completely pointless. And I'm not going to talk about Spectral Scream either, because even after they buffed it and changed and stuff, it's just still not good, so you're never going to use it. So the only thing you're going to be using is this number 2 and this number 3, which is just buffing your armor and buffing your weapon damage. That's it. That's it. That's it. So as far as support goes, 1 star. Because it's just not helping the group in any way. He's helping himself with his buffs. And his number 4 ability is just not very good. You can put it down on a defense objective and it's gonna... Yeah... strengthen nearby allies... do some damage to nearby enemies, but it's just not worth using it, unfortunately. So, you know, in practice, it's a non-issue. How hard is Chroma to farm for? He's pretty hard to farm for. 2 stars. You gotta do a quest. Oh, that's fine. But then, to build Chroma, you need component parts for other Warframes. You need a Volt part, a Saryn part, a Frost part, an Ember part. And the Saryn part... that's pretty late game. Since Saryn is hard to farm for, that by definition means Chroma also becomes hard to farm for. So he's pretty tough to get, unfortunately. Beginner friendly? Nope. He's not. He's not beginner friendly. You need a certain amount of like energy to be able to keep Vex armor up indefinitely. If it runs out and you then don't refresh it in time, then you lose all your buffs, and you have to reset from 0 and start building up the buffs again, which can take a while. Elemental Ward you can't refresh, you just have to recast it when it runs out. And figuring out how effigy works, where it like rotates between different things based on your element you're using, and just Spectral Scream, using that to rotate between elements, and what the different ones do, especially in terms of Elemental Ward, right? Where it says things like electricity, damage multiplier. What does that mean? It's not very self-explanatory. It means that when enemies shoot you while you have the electricity ward up, the damage bounces back on them with like a multiplier. So it's not just that you get like a damage multiplier or something like that. It's just hard to figure him out, and it's not really worth it. Like the only sort of value he had was like Prophet Taker runs. That's where people still used him. But now we have Necromex, and the Necromex are kind of like better for doing Prophet Taker, so no one really uses him all that much for that either. So he's struggling right now to find a place in the meta where he's still relevant. So not good for beginners, not that good for endgame players either, despite the fact that he has a pretty good damage output. So I don't know what you do with Chroma. Fun to play. I'll be generous and put him at a 3, but that's mostly based on, you know, the idea of using his abilities. If Spectral Scream was actually good, then, and if Effigy was actually good, then you'd have a pretty nice gameplay loop of putting down a thing to protect objectives and give various buffs if they were relevant. And you'd have a mechanic of flipping through elements, which is like thematically it's something I enjoy. I enjoy the complexity of having abilities that work in multiple different ways. Same with Elemental Ward. If there really was a reason to flip through most of these, which there usually isn't, he could be fun. He could be fun, but he needs more work. His gameplay loop is fine, or it would be, if you had a reason to use all 4 of his abilities. But since currently you only have a reason to use 2 of the abilities, it just brings everything down. So, I don't know. Maybe they can turn Chroma into something that's worth using. Currently, it's like, I don't really see why you would. Sad. But now we're on my main. Yeah. My main, my gal. I'm an Equinox main, if you didn't know. I have played a lot of Equinox in my day. I love her. I love her. So let's talk about her. Offensive power. 5 stars. If you haven't tried out Equinox for the like just the damage output, you should try out Equinox for the damage output. Equinox has 2 different forms. She has a night form and a day form. The night form is for putting enemies to sleep and for healing. The day form is for big damage numbers. So that's why her abilities have 2 names. Her number 1 ability, that's for switching between forms. That's for switching between day form and night form. And then you have Rest and Rage. It's Rest in night form. It's Rage in day form. It's Pacify and Provoke. It's Mend and Maim. So, day form Equinox. Provoke. You just cast your number 3, and while it's active, it's got an energy drain. While it's active, it just increases the ability strength. Your ability strength and your ally's ability strength. So you start by casting this one. And then you cast your number 4, which is Maim. It's a big aura of effect. All enemies within that aura take slash damage. And while this ability is active, you build up a Maim counter. You build up stored damage. You can kill 10 enemies, 20 enemies, 30 enemies. You just keep on building up damage. Then you can click your number 4 again to deactivate it. This is an explosion. You detonate the ability for all of the sword damage. Absolutely wipes out everything within a kilometer around you. And then you can just activate it again and start building up a new bomb. So you just build up bombs over a long time. And in the meantime, low-level enemies just die to the slash damage that this ability does. It's fantastic. You even have your number 2, which is Rage. You can hit enemies with it, and that gives them a debuff so they take more damage. You can get that up to like double damage and stuff like that. But it also makes enemies move faster, so it's a bit of a gamble to use it. But all in all, this is just, it shreds. You have no idea. And what's good about Equinox as well is that since she does damage to everything, big damage to everything on the entire map, she's probably the best Warframe in the game for focus farming, if you want to build up your focus tree. Just put a focus lens in your Equinox, go into day form, have your number 4 active, and you're passively farming thousands of focus every day without actually having to do anything. It's just, you just get it. You just get thousands of focus every mission you play. It's fantastic. Survivability, 3 out of 5, and this is probably the only place where Equinox needs help. She has most of her survivability tools in her night form. Crowd control by putting enemies to sleep. A healing aura with her number 4. Her number 3, damage reduction. Enemies deal less damage. But the problem is, you'd have to switch to your night form to get your survivability. But your day form is where you're doing all of the damage. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of like with Mirage and her Eclipse, where you can either get a damage buff or you can get damage reduction, but you can't get both at the same time. Kind of the same thing with Equinox. And since you mostly, for normal play, you want to stay in day form, what I do on my build is I have actually replaced the ability to switch forms. I just stay in day form all the time, and instead I use my number 1 ability to give myself a better sort of survivability tool. Stuff like Pillage, stuff like Gloom. That's my recommendation to sort of shore up this weakness that she unfortunately has in struggling a bit with survivability. That's about it. Support, 5 out of 5. Just nothing to talk about. She can go into night form. She can crowd control groups of enemies by putting them to sleep. She can heal allies. She can heal defense objectives. It's great. In day form, obviously, like always, the best defense is a good offense. You can protect the defense objective by enemies not even being able to get close to it. She buffs the ability strength of every ally nearby. It's amazing. If you see an Equinox on the team, you're going to have a breeze. Everything is going to be so easy, no matter what mission type it is. You can even use her in spy missions. You run up to the spy vault, you detonate your MAME before you go in. It's going to destroy every spy camera inside the vault. Then you go into the vault, and it's easy mode. Like, what can't she do? She can do everything. She's great. I love her. How easy or hard is she to obtain? She's pretty hard to obtain. We're gonna put her at 2 stars. It's a pretty early boss. It's Tile-Regor on Uranus. And he's not that hard. But Equinox has 8 parts. Normally when you kill a boss to get a Warframe, it's 3 parts, which doesn't take all that long. Equinox has 8 different parts you need to farm from Tile-Regor in order to build her. Which means, when you have collected 7 parts and you only need that last one, each attempt at Tile-Regor will only give you a 1 in 8 chance to get that final part. So you're gonna have to fight him a long time. You're gonna have to kill Tile-Regor over and over and over and over again, which is a slog. So unfortunately, pretty hard to farm for Equinox, but it's worth it. Still, 2 stars. Beginner friendly? Nope. 1 star. 1 star. She is extremely complex. Just the idea of having a day form and a night form and having 2 completely different ability sets that you need to learn how they work, that you need to build for somewhat differently. It's hard to get your head around how you're supposed to play her correctly and just everything she can do. So, no, she is not particularly beginner friendly. But if you do figure out how she works, then she will just... I sound like a broken record, but man, there is nothing that Equinox cannot do. Which brings us to fun factor, 5 out of 5. I don't know, maybe I'm a bit biased, but there's a reason why I am an Equinox main. I love her. I love the complexity of her kit. I love her power. It will never stop being fun to just click the everything dies button and watch the numbers cascading down the screen as like dozens of enemies around you just stop existing. She's fantastic. She's fantastic. I can't praise Equinox enough. If you haven't tried Equinox yet, you are missing out. So, yeah. She's my gal. This is Atlas. Rock boy. So, he's cool, right? Yeah, he's cool. He's got stone powers. And he's big, and he's buff, and he's intimidating. Offensive power. 4 out of 5. Pretty good. Pretty good. Above average. How does he do offensive power? Landslide. It's a punch. He is one punch man. He's got the stone punch. That is how he deals damage. Run into enemies. Smack them with impact damage. Hard. Really hard. And this is a so-called pseudo-exalted weapon, which means that it scales off of like your melee combo meter. And it scales off your melee mods, certain types of mods. So this is one of those Warframes that you build with a stat stick. A melee weapon that you build differently from other melee weapons. You build a melee weapon specifically to give buffs to his number 1 ability. Just so you know that you're supposed to do that, to really crank up the damage number on his punch. His punch is strong. His punch kills things. Survivability, also above average, also at 4. The reason is because he has his own resource. It's called Rubble. And collecting rubble gives him a bunch of extra armor. Makes him tougher. So you can petrify enemies with your number 3. They turn to stone. And then if you use your number 1 to smack them, to kill them while they're made out of stone, they drop rubble. You can pick it up, you heal, you get more armor, become tankier. He has his tectonics, he can put down these little rock walls and whatever, and he can fire them, but they're kind of pointless. No one really uses them for all that much, but I guess in theory you could put up a rock wall if you want to get a bit more tanky. But no, the rubble is enough. If you just build up tons of rubble, nothing's gonna kill you. Support, I'm gonna put him at a 3. The reason why is because he's got good crowd control with petrifying enemies. He can also summon rumblers, elemental rock boys who run around and beat enemies and distract them and protect stuff. They're okay. They're not the best, but they're okay. They're okay. They can protect stuff. That gives him a bit more usefulness in different mission types. So, middle of the pack, 3 out of 5. How hard is Atlas to farm for? I'm gonna put him actually at 3. You farm for him on Eris, same as with Mesa, but I am actually gonna say that he is slightly easier to farm for, especially nowadays. You have to do a fight against the Jordas Golem, and that is an Arcwing fight. If you do not have good Arcwing stuff, that fight can be a real slog. It can take you 20 minutes or so to just whittle down the health of the Jordas Golem. But nowadays, when we have better Arcwing weapons than we used to, especially if you get a Necromech, you get access to the Mausolon. You can invest a bit in that. You can build up your Mausolon, and if you have one of those, you can shred the Jordas Golem. It's easy, and it's not a hard boss fight. And then you just run that boss fight a couple of times, then you get Atlas. And so you get him. It's okay. It's an okay farm. He's not that beginner friendly, so I'm gonna put him at 2 out of 5. It's not super self-explanatory how everything works. That you build around his number 1 ability, and that you're supposed to just punch all day long. You're supposed to spam this ability on every enemy. Just you see an enemy, you punch them. You see an enemy, you punch them. But you first have to petrify them, because otherwise you don't get rubble for punching. And he has a couple of augment mods for his number 1, for his number 3, and stuff like that you really need to sort of make his build work. For a beginner, it can be a bit clunky to get everything to work together. So you need some pretty good gear, you need to invest in him a bit, and you need some augment mods. And that's when he really starts to shine. So, not really for beginners, unfortunately. Fun factor, above average, I'm gonna put him at 4. He's got a unique playstyle that's built around punching enemies in the face. But it's fun, it's different. And he has his own resource that he has to collect with the rubble. It's a bit simplistic, in that like you just petrify enemies and you punch them. Petrify enemies and punch them. That's it. That's the gameplay loop. But it's fun. It's fun, it's enjoyable, it feels a bit different, and he feels out of niche of just being a cool guy. So yeah, let's keep him at 4. I like him. Alright, Monkey King. Monkey King Wukong. Is he good? Yeah, he's good. He's probably the... I'm not sure who is the most popular Warframe in the game. Like, except for like the starters. If we discount Excalibur, Volt, and Mag, then I don't know if it's Wukong or Saryn. I don't know which is the most popular Warframe in the game, but it's one of those two. Ever since Wukong got reworked a couple of years ago, he has been wildly popular. For good reason. For good reason. Let's talk about him. Offensive power, 3 out of 5. He's not a powerhouse in the damage dealing department, but he's not bad either. What you really are looking at for his damage output is actually his number 1. He creates a twin. A twin that will help you kill things. Twin with a good health multiplier, with a good damage multiplier, with good AI. It's very efficient. To the point where you can sort of treat Wukong as an AFK frame. You can just chill and just let your twin kill everything, and he can do it. He's good. Your twin will always take the opposite role that you have. If you are using your guns, your twin will be using a melee weapon. If you are using a melee weapon, your twin will be using a gun. And he's using the same equipment that you are. It's very popular to just give your twin like a Kuva Brahma or something like that and just let him kill everything on the map. That works. So yeah, 3 out of 5 for damage, and that is the twin. Wukong has an exalted weapon, the Primal Fury, the Iron Staff. Unfortunately, that's probably the weakest part of his kit as far as exalted weapons goes. It's not one of the strongest ones. A lot of people don't like the moveset either of this weapon, I know. Exalted weapons, some of them are still good, but some of them are unfortunately outclassed by just normal melee weapons. It kind of falls into that category. So you're mostly looking at your twin to help you with damage dealing. Survivability, 5. God damn, that's probably also one of the reasons why people really love him. He can make himself immortal for a while, and then after that he gets a huge armor buff, so that's nice. The twin helps out as well with distracting enemies, stuff like that. Cloudwalker turned himself into a cloud, flying around, moving fast, dodging out of trouble, and healing himself while he does it. But then he also has maybe the best passive in the entire game. He gets to cheat death 3 times. 3 times per mission. Whenever you were supposed to die, you don't die. Instead, you just don't die. And you get a buff instead of dying. And that happens 3 times per mission. It's great for just making him so... It's such a casual experience. You don't even need to think about anything when you play Wukong. Just blaze through a mission without even paying attention. You won't die. Your twin's gonna kill stuff for you. It's great. Support, 3 out of 5. Like, he doesn't stand out when it comes to stuff like, you know, defending objectives, stuff like that. But, hey, Cloudwalker, that's great for spy missions. You can just pass right through most of it. So he's good for spy missions. And other than that, he's just all around decent. He's never bad. He's never bad at anything. He's not a standout at anything, but he's not bad at anything either. Is Wukong easy to get your hands on? Of course he is. He's a dojo Warframe. Just go to your dojo, buy him. Go buy his parts in the dojo. That's it. Great, you have a Wukong now. I think you need Nightane extract to craft him, but just, you know, get that from the Nightwave store with some Nightwave creds. It's fine. So yeah, super easy to get, 5 out of 5 stars. Go get him now if you don't already have him, he's worth it. Beginner friendly? Absolutely, 5 out of 5. Again, another reason why he's so popular. I just talked about this. He gets to cheat death multiple times per mission. You don't have to do anything. His twin kills everything for you. You don't have to do anything. And then you also have additional tools, which are just sort of fun to use, but not really mandatory. They're nice. They're nice. They just add to his kit. So, yeah. It's not like you even need to learn how to play to be good with Wukong. Just activate your number 1 and you're fine. And fun factor, again, I'm going to put him above average. He's got a nice, solid kit. Some people are really into exalted weapons. For them, the Iron Staff is great. It's fun to have your twin walk around and help you out with stuff. It makes you feel like you got a friend out there in the world. And he's got good mobility tools. He's got good survivability tools. Everything about him feels good. He's such a well-designed Warframe. Such all-around pretty good at everything. Nothing about him sort of feels bad. It's a good boy. Just a good boy. Alright, so we got Ivara, the Huntress. Now, the actual stats sort of belie her usefulness. The stats might look a bit on the low side, but like she just... Yeah, but she fills a niche. So I'm still gonna recommend that you get her. Offensive power, 3 out of 5. She does have ways of doing some pretty cool stuff damage-wise. Obviously, she has an exalted weapon, the Artemis bow. It's pretty strong. It's pretty strong. It's just energy drain, but it'll kill stuff. It'll kill stuff. You can shoot a dash wire arrow, and then you can stand on the arrow. And if you have like an augment, then that gives you also a damage buff, stuff like that. So it's fine. She's not bad at dealing damage. Not a standout, but she's got some stuff. Survivability 4 out of 4. She has invisibility, one of the better invisibility versions, in that it just lasts forever so long as you have energy. The only problem is you can't run. You can only sort of like walk and roll. You can do normal jumps, but you can't bullet jump. So traversal can be a bit of a hassle. You have to walk through the missions pretty slowly, but you can just be invisible for an entire mission. So yeah, go into Steel Path or whatever and just kill everything. The enemies will never even know you're there. You don't even have to think about it. So yeah, she'll survive most things just by being invisible. As for support, I'm gonna put her above average. Again, she's got some pretty good stuff she can do. She's got these different arrows that she can cycle through. One of them, which can cloak allies, can cloak herself, can cloak defense objectives with it. Noise arrow, that's probably not particularly useful for a whole lot of things. But you can put enemies to sleep as well. That's great for animal captures, by the way. You don't even need to use your tranq rifle. Just use her sleep arrow instead, and that's going to put everything to sleep with one shot. It's great for getting perfect animal captures, just as an aside. She's pretty hard to get. She's pretty hard to farm for. So we're going to put that at 2 stars. You have to do spy vaults. It's kind of fun that like you need Ivara to do the spy vaults, at least as a new player. But you have to do them to get an Ivara. I know, it's a bit weird. But there are different tiers of spy vaults on different planets, and you have to get the different parts from different planets. That's basically it. And it's a lot of spy missions. Once you get good at the game, it's a no-brainer. Once you get good at the game, you can just run through spy vaults without even paying attention to what you're doing. But as a new player, it can be kind of difficult. And you have to do a lot of them. And you have to open all 3 vaults in the spy mission. And you might get unlucky and not get her parts for a long time. Like, you'll eventually get her, but it's going to take a while. So, 2 stars. Beginner friendly, I'm going to put her at 3. Some parts of her kit are a bit more complex than others, but for a new player, you see the value immediately. You can be invisible. That's super helpful for certain mission types. And you have an exalted weapon that does a shit ton of damage. Alright. That's good enough, right? Her navigator, where you can just shoot a projectile and then you can go into first person vision on your projectile. That's kind of goofy. You're probably not going to be using that one a whole lot. And then you got your different arrows. That takes a bit of finesse and learning how to use them good, but they are pretty good when you learn how to use them. But yeah, it's not too hard. Go invisible, use your exalted weapon, everything's fine. Fun factor, I'm gonna put her at a 4. Because I like the sort of uniqueness that she brings in with the invisibility. It can feel a bit clunky, maybe, for some people, that you have to walk, that you can't run, so you have to go through the missions a bit slowly, but it gives a different feel to her. Just putting on Ivara, you're gonna have sort of a different experience from what you normally have, and it's so casual. It's so casual to not have to worry about anything while you're just walking through a mission and stealth killing everything. And if you want more complexity, you have that. You have her different abilities that you can rotate through. You have her navigator, which for high level stuff, you can actually do some pretty bonkers damage stuff with that if you know exactly what you're doing. So the complexity is there if you want it. The simpleness is there if you want it. So I'm going to put her at above average. Oh, hey, look, it's the best Warframe in the game. It's funny. In terms of just the pure numbers, Nezha is the highest ranked Warframe on this entire list. That's right. This is the Warframe I'm pretty much ranking the highest out of everyone. He's that good. Do not sleep on Nezha. He is sometimes referred to as better Rhino, because that is exactly what he is. Let's talk about him. Offensive power, 4 out of 5. He's got a lot of things going for him in the damage department. He's not top tier, right? There are better damage dealers in the game than Nezha. But you have his Firewalker. He leaves fire trails on the ground and runs fast. That hurts enemies. It hurts enemies good. He's got his chakram. He can throw it at enemies. It bounces around on enemies. Hits them with a damage debuff so that they take more damage. Very strong. And it also does damage by itself. He's got his divine spear, so he can just shoot spears out of the ground and lock enemies down and hurt them. It's like a lot of his kit just deals a bunch of damage just for running around and just doing whatever he was going to do anyway. It's so easy. So easy to just kill stuff with Nezha, not even thinking about what you're doing. But if you are thinking about what you're doing and bouncing around chakrams on them, they die even faster. Nice, good. Survivability, 4 out of 5. Not quite as high as Rhino. But he is tanky. Even though he is a little boy, that do not sleep on him. He is tanky. Firewalker, that's right, cleansing allies. He's immune to status effects while Firewalker is active. Divine Spears, crowd controlling a big area so that he doesn't take damage that way. Warding Halo, you activate it. It protects him from damage. It also hurts enemies. It also stuns enemies. And it absorbs damage when you activate it and it turns it into like a stronger shield. So he's also like super tanky. He just is not going to die in missions. It's just not going to happen. Support, 4 out of 5. He can status cleanse allies. He can put down this fire on the ground that is gonna disrupt enemies and set them on fire. Enemies who are on fire also get a stun because, hey, guess what? You panic when you're on fire. He can crowd control big areas by just locking enemies down. What isn't he good for? He's good for pretty much everything. He's rad. Is he hard to farm for? No, of course not. He's a dojo Warframe. 5 out of 5. You just go to your dojo. Go get yourself a Nezha. It's as simple as that. Go do it right now. You'll have him in 3 days. So yeah, just get him for free, basically. Is he beginner friendly? Yes, he is beginner friendly. 5 out of 5. It is so straightforward. You keep your number 3 active to be a tank. You keep your number 1 active to run fast. Whenever you need to kill a bunch of enemies around you, you press 4 and you shoot spikes and they die. Whenever you need to deal with a tough enemy, you throw your ring at them. Hey, did you know what? You can even teleport to the ring. That's so cool. You can throw the ring and then you can teleport to the ring. So it's a mobility tool too. It's so cool. But yeah, it's pretty straightforward. It's pretty straightforward how to use him. Fun factor, 4 out of 5. It's just a blast. You use your entire kit. All of his abilities are good. All of his abilities are useful. I love even having mobility through throwing a disc and then teleporting to it. It's cool. He's fun. It's a fun time. He doesn't really have any weaknesses. He uses his entire kit and all of it sort of feels good to use. Nezha is great. Go play Nezha. I don't know what to say. Go play Nezha. And immediately following the highest ranked Warframe on the entire list, we get the lowest ranked Warframe on the entire list. That's right, it's not Yareli, it's not Hydroid, it's ya boy Inaros, the most overrated Warframe in the entire game. He sucks. Sorry people, but he sucks. And anyone telling you that he doesn't suck, they don't know what they're talking about, okay? Offensive power, 1 star. He doesn't have a good way of dealing damage with his abilities because all of his abilities are kind of useless. He can blind enemies, okay, and then you can walk up into a finisher. I guess that's a bit of damage. His Devour, it 1 enemy. You can hit 1 enemy for like a minute and then they die. That's about it. That's about it. You hold it on 1 enemy and then you hold that for a minute and then that 1 enemy dies. Sandstorm, yeah, you lock enemies into a big sandstorm. It does laughable damage. So you're kind of just locking the enemies down for like a minute or so with the ability, and then you release it and they're all still alive. Scarab Swarm, that's not a damaging ability, you just transform your health into armor. So he can't do any damage to speak of with his abilities. That's just not what his abilities are for. What are they for, you ask? Well, let's figure it out. Survivability. Look, 4. 4 out of 5. I'm not giving him a 5. I know that's why people pick him, because he's the tank frame, right? He doesn't have any shields. He just has health and armor, and he's got a huge health bar. And you're like, oh, well, he just doesn't die. Well, like, there are so many other Warframes that are so much tankier than Inaros is. That just can do everything that Inaros can do. Lavos is tankier than Inaros is. Nidus is tankier than Inaros is. Grendel is tankier than Inaros is. There's a lot of Warframes that... Like Revenant. Revenant's immortal. So what's Inaros got? He's got a big health bar. Okay. He's not the tankiest Warframe in the game. I'd argue Rhino is tankier than Inaros is. So... He's got a big health bar, and that's what he's got. That's what he's got. Support, 2 out of 5. It's not that good for a group setting. Yeah, he can blind enemies. That's great. That's great. He can do a sandstorm. Holding enemies in the air and, like, I don't know, distracting them for a while. That's great. But that's about it. That's all what you play in Inaros. You don't play in Inaros to sort of help a group out. You play in Inaros so that you don't have to pay attention to anything. You just know that you're not gonna die because you have a big health bar, and then you just let everyone else do all the work, right? And the problem is, like, he's not even that easy to farm for. 2 out of 5. You have to play the Sands of Inaros quest, which you buy from Baruuk. He shows up every 2 weeks, and you can buy the quest from him. And the quest is a bit of a slog to get through, just to get Inaros. So it's not even particularly enjoyable to farm for. I don't understand why he is so popular. I genuinely don't. Is it just because people rate him higher than they should be rating him and people believe it? Or is it just because, like, you just want to have an AFK frame? You just want to have a frame where you don't care about Warframe abilities, I guess. And you just want to kill things with your guns. And then you want a Warframe that just... You don't have to click your number 1, 2, 3, or 4 buttons. I guess that's why you play in Inaros. But there are other Warframes that can do that too. But they also have fun abilities. So, you know, that's something. Beginner friendly, yeah, I guess 4 out of 5, right? Because you don't have to use his abilities, because his abilities aren't particularly good. Scarab Swarm is good. While it's active, you're status immune. That's nice, so you can give yourself status immunity. And you can use like your number 1 to heal after you've used the Scarab Swarm. Okay. Sure. Fun factor, 2 out of 5. I could have put him at 1, but I think that one should be reserved for Hydroid, because Hydroid is so mind-numbingly boring to play. Inaros isn't mind-numbingly boring to play because he just does nothing. It's a big blank. Hydroid is actively unfun to play, which puts him at 1 star. So Inaros, he's not actively unfun, but there's nothing fun about him either. I don't like Inaros, people. People stop thinking Inaros is good. He isn't. He sucks. I'm sorry, he sucks. I don't know what to tell you. It's ya pixie girl Titania. How do you pronounce it? Depends on what you feel like. It's probably supposed to be Titania, but I'm gonna say Titania now anyway, because I think that sounds better. I don't know. Titania. Offensive power, 3 out of 5. It's pretty good. Pretty good. She's got exalted weapons, exalted melee and exalted pistols. When you activate your number 4 ability, you become a little pixie. You fly around and you get access to your exalted weapons. They're pretty strong. You also get a bunch of razor flies flying around in the air, killing everything for you. They're also pretty strong. So, you know, damage output is pretty good. It's pretty good. So we're going to put her at 3 out of 5. Survivability, we're going to put her at 4 out of 5. Above average. you have a pretty easy time flying around in your Razorwing form and just surviving most stuff. You can also use your Spellbind to throw enemies up into the air, the big area, and then when they land, they have to go and like pick up their weapons again, so they're useful, or they're useless for a couple of more seconds. You can give yourself a ton of different sort of buffs for more health, more armor, stuff like that. Very seldom are you ever in any danger when you play as Titania. You have a bunch of mods that work when you're airborne as well, which work very well with her kit. Support 4 out of 5. She's got a lot of good stuff going for her. You have very good crowd control. You can also cast it on yourself to make yourself and nearby allies status immune, which is very useful for some Warframes. And one thing that's kind of specific to Titania is Halls of Ascension on Lua, which is a challenge to get certain sort of rare mods, where most of those challenges are trivialized by Titania. Most of them she can just do without even paying attention to what she's doing. Which is great. That sort of fills a niche where otherwise those can be pretty complicated. So she's very sort of meta useful in a lot of ways. Also for like speed farming, for fishers, stuff like that. Also great because she is actually the fastest Warframe in the entire game. It's not Volt, it's not Gauss, it's Titania. She is the fastest Warframe. It's not even close. Farming for Titania is okay, so we're gonna put her at 3 out of 5. You do a quest, the Silver Grove. It requires you to scan a bunch of plants on different planets. If you haven't done the quest yet, you can start already. You can start scanning those plants already. As soon as you see one of those plants that are scannable, do it. Scan moss in Grenier Asteroid, the tile sets. Scan those plants that grow off the goo on Ceres. Scan the ice leaves on Corpus planets. Start doing it. As soon as you see plants, scan them. And then you just bypass that part of the quest when you get to it. Otherwise, you're gonna have to just go do a bunch of missions and scan a bunch of plants. But that's it. That's all you have to do in that quest. And then you get Titania. So it's fine. It's okay. 3 out of 5. Beginner friendly, middle, 3 out of 5. Some things are very simple, some things are more complex. Going into Razorwing form and killing everything with your exalted weapons, that's simple. That's very straightforward. Easy to get your head around what you're supposed to be doing. Her number 2 is not simple. You put a buff on an enemy, and then you have to like run through the enemy to get the buff. And then you can cycle between like 4 different ones and stuff. It's super complex. It's not bad. It's just very clunky. It's not self-explanatory at all. And Lantern, you put a bomb in an enemy, and the other enemies get close to it, and then they explode and die. Yeah, that's pretty fun. I don't know. It's a bit clunky. So she's got some parts of her set that are complex, and some part of her set that are very straightforward, and we immediately know what you're supposed to do. Fun factor, 4 out of 5. She's unique. She's got a very unique gameplay because you do, you're in Arcwing mode in regular missions, basically. And you zoom around as a teeny tiny little pixie. It feels different. It feels different from everyone else. It's a very unique niche. I always reward that on this list whenever you have a Warframe that has a very unique gameplay mechanic. I tend to reward that. So we're gonna put that at 4 stars for fun factor. Alright, so this is one of the latest primes in the game. It's Nidus Prime. He's neat, he's cool. I know he was a very popular prime in terms of like prime access and stuff like that. So people dig him, his aesthetics, the infested Warframe. So let's talk a little bit about Nidus. Offensive power, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So we're gonna put that at 4. I'm gonna put that at 4. His entire kit builds around is built around stacks, getting stacks of virulence and these mutation stacks. And once you have these mutation stacks, you can do some pretty cool things. For example, you can plop down this huge area on the ground where enemies get hit by maggots and they take a bunch of damage based on how many mutation stacks you have. And it's a pretty good way of just locking down an area. You can also throw out this parasitic link on an enemy and then just redirect all the damage that you take to that enemy instead. Survivability, it's great. It's great. 5 stars. This is the tank Inaros wishes he was. Like Inaros, Nidus does not have energy. I mean, he doesn't have shields, he just has health. But he's got so much more. So, I told you that you're supposed to build a bunch of mutation stacks. Why is that? Well, it's because of his passive. If he is killed while he has more than 15 stacks of mutation, he doesn't die. He just doesn't die. So he can just nullify death that way. So you gotta build your stacks. You can cast Larva, group up a bunch of enemies, and then when they're in a big group, you cast Virulence, hit everyone at the same time, get a bunch of mutation stacks. They've even changed Larva now to make Nidus a bit better for group play, so that any enemy just in the larva, in this clump that gets killed, you have a chance of just gaining mutation stacks anyway. So if you can't get the kills in because your teammates are killing everything too fast, just cast Larva, you'll get your mutation stacks anyway. Parasitic Link, it's great because you can just put it on an enemy and then you redirect a bunch of damage to that enemy instead. So you just don't take damage. You heal all the time. You're tanky as all hell. You're just not gonna die. You're just not gonna die when you play Nidus, if you play him correctly and you use all his abilities. Support, 4 out of 5. He's pretty good. He's pretty good for group play. Larva is nice for everyone, grouping up enemies. Ravenous is great for putting down like on a defense objective and just making sure that nothing else can. Well, everything that gets into this area is just fucked, right? You can put Parasitic Link on an ally, and you both get increased ability strength. And he is actually pretty useful for a team. Don't sleep on him. Is it hard to get on Nidus? Yeah. Yeah, it is. There's one mission type called Infested Salvage on Eris. And you have to play that one mission over and over and over again to get his parts, and it's a slog. It's a real slog. 1 out of 5 stars. That's how bad it is. First you have to do like a mission, the Glassed Gambit, just to get his blueprint. That's fine. That requires playing the index and stuff. It's fine. But that Infested Salvage mission, it's just it's mind-numbing, the grind. So he's tough. It's probably easier to get Nidus Prime, you know, until he rotates and like gets put into the vault. Regular Nidus is hard to farm for. Is he beginner friendly? No, he's not. 2 stars. It's a complex kit, and you have to use all of his kit, and everything sort of works together. And if you don't know how to get everything to work together, then for most people he's probably just gonna be a tank that has a huge health bar and just heals himself, stuff like that. You have to sort of unlock him by figuring out how his kit works, which probably takes some know-how of the game. So 2 stars. Fun factor 4, because he's got a complex kit, and I like complexity. He has a kit where like everything is relevant, everything is useful, everything works together, which means there's not a whole lot you can do with him like in the helmet system, because there's really nothing in his kit that you want to replace. All of these parts sort of synergize very, very well with each other, to the point where it's a symphony, right? It's harmonious when you get it all to work. So yeah, he's fun. He's a fun guy. He's a fun guy. Get it? Now, Octavia is an interesting one. I think she used to be referred to like as the best Warframe in the game that no one plays. I think nowadays people play her a bit more now that her Prime is out. But now I think there's a different issue that people have with her, or that people have discovered with her over time. We'll talk about it. First up, offensive power, 5 stars. She is absolutely one of the best damage dealers in the game, because we're gonna start talking about Warframes now that have infinitely scaling damage. We're starting to get to that point of like where things started to go in that direction design-wise, where you have damage that just keeps on growing and keeps on improving and keeps on scaling up and up and up and up and up. In the case of Octavia, it is because she redirects enemy damage. So the higher the level of enemies, you know, the more damage Octavia does. That's just by nature. Her number 1 ability, it throws out the mallet, and that's the redirect. Enemies shoot at the mallet instead of shooting Octavia, and then the bullets bounce back on the enemies and they die. Yep, that's what it does, and it works like a charm. Then you have her metronome, her number 3 ability, where you can just give yourself a multi-shot buff by tapping buttons to the beat of your own melody, stuff like that. You have your amp, you put down an area of effect, and just by making noise in that area, you give yourself a huge damage multiplier. It's great. Everything about her is just like massive damage output. Then we get to survivability. 5 out of 5, right? She has 2 tools. Her metronome, one of the buffs gives her invisibility by tapping crouch to the beat of the music. So if you just spam the crouch button, you go invisible. And then you have the resonator, which attracts enemies. It shuts off enemy AI, and they forget what they're doing and start chasing the ball instead of chasing you or shooting you. And then you have the mallet. It distracts enemies. They shoot the mallet instead of shooting you, and then they die. So it's like, if you just play Octavia correctly, you can't die. You can't die. I don't know what to tell you. And then we get to support. 5 out of 5. I know. Yes, I know. Look at that. 5 stars in all 3 categories. It's crazy, right? Because, again, she can do everything. She locks down entire areas. She buffs the entire team. She buffs the entire team. She shuts off enemy AI. She does massive, stupid damage. And she plays music while she's doing it. Who wouldn't who wouldn't love that, right? So, that's the good part of Octavia, and that is a good part. She's like one of the absolute strongest Warframes in the entire game, bar none. But now we're going to talk about the sort of less good parts about her, the intangibles. Number 1, it's a bit of a slog, the farm for her. 2 stars. You gotta do the Octavia's Anthem quest, and then getting her actual different component parts are a bit of a hassle. It's like opening sabotage missions in Lua and doing like the Lua music puzzle, and then you gotta... I don't even remember how you got the third part. Was it like the spy vault on Kuva Fortress? I don't know. I just remember there was like a hassle to get. It's fine. There are worse Warframes to farm in the game. We're going to get to those later. But it's not super fun to get an Octavia. In terms of being beginner friendly, 3 out of 5. Mostly because she needs a lot of build around. Right? In terms of always having all of her abilities active. She needs like a lot of energy. And energy regen. And a big energy pool. And big efficiency and stuff like that. So beginners won't, or new players, they won't be able to fully utilize her kit the way it needs to be utilized. But then we come to the big one, and that is the fun factor, fun to play. And I'm going to put her up below average here. 2 out of 5. First of all, I've talked about this before. Warframes where pretty much all of their abilities are passives. It's not active ability use. I find that a bit boring. Same thing here. You just activate them, they're all based on duration, and they're just supposed to always be active. That's it. And then they're just there. And then you have the issue of the music, where you want the music to sort of be as spammy as possible, so that it's as easy as possible to like click buttons to the rhythm of the music. And you have to pay platinum if you want to get different sort of like music notes or sounds. Otherwise it's kind of sound pretty boring, and just that can be a bit of an annoyance in missions. And the whole thing about like you have to spam the crouch button so that you can stay invisible, because otherwise you're squishy if you're not invisible. It all sort of like just blends together into a gameplay loop that's just kind of boring. It doesn't really feel exciting to play Octavia, which is sad with her aesthetics and the whole thing about being the music Warframe. I would wish that there were more parts of her gameplay that was connected to the sort of like the beat of the music. I don't know, but as it is, everything is just set it and forget it. Activate your abilities and just make sure they're always active, all of them. Make sure you're always invisible, and then the game just plays itself. And I don't know. I just don't. She's so strong. Like 5 out of 5, 5 out of 5, 5 out of 5. She's so strong, but she's boring to play. So I don't know. That's basically how you feel about her, right? If you're fine with that. If you are fine with that, having a bit of a boring gameplay loop, then play Octavia, because she might be the strongest Warframe in the entire game. Something like that. Ah, he's got custom music for his screen here. Remember how I said that Nekros was like the edgelordiest together with Ash? Well, now that we have Harrow Prime, we have a new candidate for the edgelordiest edgelord of all Warframes. Man, he's so spooky and evil. Alright. What can Harrow do? He's cool. He's the newest Prime. Let's talk about him. Offensive power, 3. 3 out of 5. All of it's sort of indirect. All of it sort of like requires some build around. You can't just go in and click a button and everything dies, like you can with like a Saryn or an Equinox. He has damaging stuff, but it needs some work. Notably, his Covenant. You cast it, you absorb a bunch of damage for a while, and that damage is turned into a crit chance bonus, which is even better for headshots. He's built around headshots. That's crazy, right? He has his penance, where he can sacrifice his own shields to give himself a boost to reload speed and fire rate. So that's basically it. He can buff himself to like massively increase fire rate, massively increased crit chance, and especially when you do headshots and stuff. So if you can build around that, you can do some pretty cool stuff, damage-wise. Survivability, 4 out of 5. He's pretty good at surviving. He's pretty good at surviving. So he's got his, penance, where he can sacrifice his shields, sure, but then you get health for it. You get lifesteal. And then you can cast your Thurible, which gives you a buff that makes you generate energy by killing enemies. You get all the energy back that you use to cast the penance. And again, more for headshots. It's crazy, right? So you can get all of your energy back. That's fine. So you just gotta balance between them. And then you can just cast your Condemned. It traps enemies, it locks them down, and it regenerates his shields. So it's fine. This gives you energy. This gives you health. This gives you shields. It's all buffs. It's all buffs. It synergizes pretty well to just make sure that he's pretty tanky, can survive most things. Support, 5. 5 out of 5 stars. He is a support Warframe. The crit chance buff, it is not just for you, it is for your allies as well. Thurible, giving energy, it's not just for you, it's for allies as well. Condemn, obviously, just chain down enemies, so you lock down an area, that's great. Penance, it also gives buffs to allies. The only thing that sort of works against Harrow is that for example, for his Thurible to work in the energy regeneration, it requires Harrow to kill the enemies. So if you're just surrounded by a bunch of allies who kill things too fast so that you can't get any kills in with Harrow, then it's sort of hard to get his kit to work, which is paradoxical. He is the support Warframe for the team who needs to be getting the kills for the support stuff to work. I know it's a bit clunky, but if you can get it to work, he is one of the best support Warframes in the game. Very relevant buffs, very big buffs to the team. Farmability, this one is actually a bit interesting because he used to be at 1. I put him at a 1 in hard to farm for in last year's video. And pretty much called him the hardest Warframe in the game to farm for. Now we're gonna bump him up to 2. It's gotten a little bit better. You get the Harrow chassis for playing Void Fisher missions. I'm sure all of you watching this video already have 300 of them. But when it comes to one part, Harrow systems, it used to be that you could only get that part one way, and that was by playing defection missions, high-level defection missions, and at the last rotation, which usually takes around the 20-minute mark to get to, then you got like a 12% chance of getting the final part. So, real slog, and everyone hates playing defection missions, because it's an escort mission. No one likes those. So, farming for Harrow used to be the worst time imaginable. They changed that. They have now put in a alternate method of farming for Harrow systems, and they put it in Kuva Survival. Kuva Survival on the Kuva Fortress, which is something you kind of want to be doing anyway to get Kuva, right? The final rotation of Kuva Survival, which is the 20-minute mark, now has a chance to give you Harrow systems. You can get it from that mission as well now. I think you can get the Harrow Neuroptics from that mission too. So, you no longer have to do defection, you now just have to do 20 minutes of Kuva Survival. Do that a couple of times, and you'll get Harrow systems. It's still at a 2, because it's still, you have to get all the way to the Kuva Fortress, and then you have to do 20 minutes of survival. So it's a bit of a slog, but it's better. It's way better. You can now farm for Harrow without going insane. 2 stars. Beginner friendly, 1 star. He is super complex, where you have to juggle a bunch of different resources, and it's not super apparent what anything does or how you're supposed to do it. All of it generates into buffs for his weapons, and especially synergizing with like headshots and stuff. It is not easy to understand him. He's so complex and mysterious and edgy. But no, he's not for beginners. He is for veterans. He's pretty good for veterans, just so you know that that's what he's for. Fun factor above average, because I love complexity. I love juggling resources. I love where you have an entire kit where you have to use everything. I love challenge and reward. Challenge, do headshots, reward, get big buffs. It's fun. It's fun. It requires you to have an active playstyle. It requires you to know what you're doing. It requires you to pay attention to what you're doing. It's great. Love it. He's fun to play. Ah, it's my gal. It's Gara. It's the Glass Warrior. She's good. Let's talk about Gara. She's good. Offensive power 5 out of 5. She is a massive, massive damage dealer if you know what you're doing. If you just got your hands on Gara, you probably can't understand how I give her 5 out of 5 when she seems to you to be sort of like a defensive Warframe. Which she is, for a new player. But there are 2 Garas. There is 1 Gara for new players, and there's 1 Gara for endgame players, and they play like 2 completely different Warframes. So, for veteran players who have all the stuff needed, right? She has a very interesting gameplay loop, revolving on the number 1, number 2, and number 4 ability. Number 2, Splinter Storm, is how she gets her defense. She casts on herself and she gets damage reduction up to 90%. But it also hurts enemies who are standing close to her. Her number 4 creates a big glass wall. That's a defensive tool. But here's the thing, if you have your number 2 active, and then you stand outside your number 4, you stand outside the glass wall, and then you use your number 1, your Shattered Lash, you throw it on your glass wall to break the glass wall, then all of the glass is going to explode out, and it's going to hit you as well, and it's going to build up on the Splinter Storm. is going to increase. You're going to have more glass in your Splinter Storm now. It's going to do bigger damage numbers. And casting number 4 also refreshes the duration of your number 2, so you can keep it going forever. And this never stops. This never stops scaling. You can continue to build on the damage on your number 2 forever by just again and again casting your number 4, jumping out and standing outside of it, and then just shattering it with your number 1. And now you do more damage. So over time, you're going to build up an aura around you, a big cloud of shattered glass that does millions of damage. And you can just keep on building on it forever. Doesn't matter how high level the enemies get, you can just keep on building up more and more and more damage on your cloud of glass shards and keep going forever. Now, for this to work, obviously, you need like a big energy pool and you need good efficiency and all of that jazz. But the damage is there. She has infinitely scaling damage. 5 stars. Survivability, 4 stars. She has Splinter Storm, which gives her 90% damage reduction. She has Mass Vitrify. She can put up the glass wall. While she's casting it, she's invulnerable. She freezes enemies mid-cast. They turn to glass. Stuff like that. It's pretty good for just staying alive. She's tanky. Support. 5 stars. 5 stars for support. She's great in low-level to mid-level defense missions with the glass wall. For higher-level stuff, she's got her cloud of death around her. Spectral Rage is fine. If you have the augment mod for it, then every enemy who dies while standing inside of the carousel of mirrors is just going to drop energy, so she can just regenerate a bunch of energy for everyone else as well as herself. So she's good at everything. Good at everything. Is she hard to farm for? Yeah, pretty hard to farm for. So I'm going to put her at 2 out of 5 stars, but at the same time, I put out a guide for how to farm for Gara. You can actually get her fairly early on as a new player, if you know what you're doing. But it requires a bunch of different stuff from the open worlds. It requires fishing and mining and doing bounties and stuff like that. Some of those bounties are pretty high level for a new or intermediate player. But you can usually just get help from a full team who can carry you through it. It's fine. But it takes some effort. It's a project to get Gara. So we're going to put her at 2 stars. Beginner friendly, I'm going to put her in the middle. 3 stars. 3 out of 5. You don't have access to her stupid damaging abilities when you just start playing with her. But you do have access to the glass wall, which is fantastic for defense missions. Just shuts out enemies entirely. And you do have Splinter Storm. Just make sure that you aim at the ground when you cast it, so that you cast it on yourself and not accidentally casting it on like an ally or an enemy or something like that. But if you cast it on yourself, you get your damage reduction. It's pretty straightforward. Your number 2 makes you tanky. Your number 4 protects things. Your number 3 and your number 1, those are for later on in the game. Fun factor, I'm gonna put her at above average. I'm gonna put her at 4 because she can do many different things. She can be a defense specialist, she can be an offense specialist. She can be both the DPS and the tank and the support. She can pretty much do it all. And that's fun. So yeah, Gara, one of the best frames in the game, to be honest. She's very good. Khora is another popular Warframe. Mostly popular among veterans, mostly popular among people playing the harder sort of content. You don't see her as much in the lower levels of content. But let's talk about her. Offensive power, 5 stars. It's just 5 stars. And the reason for that is her Whip Claw, her number 1 ability. Yep. Smack enemies with the whip. That's it. It's one of those pseudo exalted weapons that we've talked about before. It scales based on her combo. It scales based off of how you mod your melee weapon, so you need one of them stat sticks for it. It's got augment that also just ramps up the damage numbers to insane levels. This is it. This thing might not look like much, but her whip claw can shred enemies up to the multiple hundreds. It is absolutely fantastic damage-wise. Unrivaled. Well, no, it's rivaled, but not by that many other Warframes. Survivability 3. It's okay. She's got Ensnare. She can lock down enemies. That's a nice crowd control tool. She's got her special cat. She's got Venari, and Venari can sort of like just, you know, heal her a bit and just protect her a bit. And she's got her Strangle Dome, which is like just a big area where, oh, you trap enemies and they get stuck in the Strangle Dome, and that's pretty good defensively. She herself, you know, she can take hits and she can go down, so you kind of need to use Strangle Dome. You kind of need to use Ensnare and stuff, and you need some tricks to keep her alive. It's not the best defensive tools that you can imagine, so she needs some help to get it to work. Support 5. Partly because she does have the Strangle Dome, which is great for defense, locking stuff down. But she is also a loot frame. She can also get an augment for Strangle Dome that makes enemies drop more loot. She can also combine with Nekros, the same way that Hydroid can. Unfortunately, you cannot combine all three. But you can use either Khora or Hydroid to buff the loot rate from a Nekros. In which case, Khora is just better. She is just better than Hydroid at everything. So just use her instead. Khora is extremely hard to farm for, so that's 1 star. You have to play Sanctuary Onslaught to farm for Khora. That's how you get Khora parts. And 2 of the parts, the blueprint and 1 of the component parts, are at the 20, around 20-minute mark. It's 8 waves. 8 waves of Sanctuary Onslaught for a chance to get 1 of Khora's parts. So you have to run Sanctuary Onslaught over and over and over and over again, and you have to stick it out for 8 whole waves to get Khora. And that is a slog, and it's also pretty hard. So she's hard to farm for. 1 star. Beginner friendly, she pretty much is. Unless you want to go for the insane damage numbers of the Whip Claw, you can basically just use the Strangle Dome to do defense missions. Use Ensnare to trap specific enemies that you want to trap. And Venari is going to run around and kill stuff for you and help you out. Fun factor 3 out of 5, middle. Nothing spectacular, nothing special here. She's got a decent kit where you're using everything. Got an offensive ability, got crowd controlling abilities, got a nice little animal companion, but nothing that stands out. I don't think she's boring to play, but I don't think she's like super interesting either, so we're gonna stick at 3 stars. Now, Revenant is a Warframe that is painfully underrated and underutilized. Revenant is a beast. Revenant is fantastic. Revenant is one of the most enjoyable and good Warframes in the game. I don't know why people are sleeping on him still after all this time. Let us talk. Number 1, offensive power. 5 stars. He can do crazy stuff with damage. And it's not his 4. It's not his 4, which is the spinny sentient attack. This is good for low-level content, okay? Spin to win. You can just go through a map and just shred enemies with the spin to win thing. And that works. That works just fine. For low-level AoE, just nuking entire rooms. And then it comes to high-level stuff, we have Reeve, where you dash through enemies. You deal a percentage of their health as damage. If you cast your number 1 to turn enemies into thralls, they work for you now. And if you Reeve through thralls, it does way more damage. So if you're at high enough ability strength, you can just cast Enthrall an enemy, then Reeve through them, and that will deal 100% of their health as damage. It's a percentage-based attack. It's a percentage of the opponent's health as damage. So yeah, one-shot him. One-shotting anything. Doesn't matter which level they're at. So infinitely scaling damage, people. And he also has an AoE room-clearing nuke for lower level content. It's crazy. Survivability 5 out of 5 because he's immortal. That's right, immortal. He's got his number 2 ability, Mesmer Skin, which puts a bunch of stacks on him. And so long as Mesmer Skin has stacks, he can't die. He's immortal. He is... I don't know how to say this any more clearly. He just can't die. He can't die. And every time he takes a hit, you just lose one of your Mesmer Skin stacks. But that's fine, because if you enthrall enemies, and then you reave through them, you rebuild Mesmer Skin stacks, so you can just stay immortal forever. So yeah, he's got infinitely scaling damage, and he's immortal. Sounds good yet? Let's go on. Support, 4 out of 5 stars. Like I said, he's got room-clearing AoE nukes for low and mid-level content. He can turn enemies into allies. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. He just takes care of everything for you. There's a Revenant on the team, and he knows what he's doing. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything at all. You're gonna be just fine. Don't worry about it. Hard to farm for? Yeah, so we're gonna put him at 2 stars. It's a quest, Mask of the Revenant. It's a bit late game. You have to get to the quills, and you have to rank up with the quills to get to the mission, and then you have to play high-level bounties to farm for him. It's a bit of a slog. I think you even have to do like some Eidolon hunting to get some of the component parts that you need, or some of the resources you need to build these component parts. So, what is that? What is that sigil doing to his face? Man, that's... I don't know why it keeps doing that. Why is that sigil in his face? Oh, that's so weird. Beginner friendly? No, he's not. So that's 2 stars there as well. He has a complex kit. It is complex to understand how everything works together. New players are probably just gonna use the spin to win thing and think that's what he's good for. And they're not really gonna understand his 1, 2, and 3. Whereas his 1, 2, and 3 are the actual best abilities. This is the one you can eventually replace. But it's good, but it's not super self-explanatory. Fun factor, 5. 5 out of 5. He is a joy to play. Everything works together so fantastically. He has the big AoE for people who love that. He's got the infinitely scaling damage for people who love that. He's got immortality for people who love that. He's got a kit that encourages you to use all of his abilities, because all of his abilities synergize with each other. They all work together, and it's just a harmonious gameplay loop. He can also solo the index better than anyone else can. So not Rhino or anything weird like that. It's Revenant. He's just so good. He's just so good. And I don't understand why more people aren't playing him. He's one of the strongest Warframes in the game. If you didn't know, now you know. So originally in Revenant's design, he was sort of a vampire frame, but then along the way they changed it into him being sort of an Eidolon-inspired frame instead. But then after that we got Garuda. And Garuda is absolutely the vampire frame, with all of her abilities based around blood and impaling enemies and stuff like that. It's so cool. She's so cool. Offensive power, 4. 4 out of 5. She's pretty good in the damage dealing department. In particular, her Seeking Talons is a number 4. You hold to cast, you hit a big area. Any enemy you hit gets marked. Marked enemies are interesting because all the damage you do to a marked enemy is also going to inflict a slash proc. Slash is a damage over time effect that sort of ignores enemy defenses, or enemy armor at least. That's very potent. That's very potent. This alone just lets you shred anything with her weapons. You can also use the helmet system to combine Seeking Talons with some other sort of damaging abilities to create some interesting results. If you haven't yet, I recommend that you go and watch my helmet build guide for Reeve Garuda, where I found the actual most busted helmet combo with Garuda. It's Reeve. It's Revenant's Reeve. Reeve plus Seeking Talents is insane. Survivability, 3 out of 5. She's got some stuff, okay? She's got some stuff to work with. She has a passive that makes her deal more damage when she's at low health, which is kind of weird. But then she's got an ability that lets her drain her own health to generate energy. So she's got infinite energy. And then she can put like a blood altar on an enemy, and then standing close to that blood altar is gonna let her heal herself. So she's just juggling resources all the time. But that puts her at danger. That puts her at risk. She has her Dread Mirror, and that blocks damage that's coming from like straight in front of her. But it's tricky. It's a bit tricky to make her stay alive with her kit. But hey, that's why you replace Blood Altar with Reeve, so you can just heal back up to full health whenever you want to. Did I mention Reeve Garuda? Go check it out. For support, 4 out of 5. She's pretty good in a team setting. She's an ability spammer. She just jumps around and does stuff all over the place. Seeking Talents, obviously. Marking enemies, your allies can take advantage of that. Blood Altar, the healing from that, your allies can take advantage of that too. She's got some stuff that she can help out her teammates with. It's always nice to have a Garuda in the team. And it's cool to just watch her jump around and slash and stab and hit everything with weird slash procs. As far as farmability, she's pretty hard to farm for. 2 out of 5, same as Gara. You farm for her in the open worlds. This one on Fortuna. So you gotta do bounties to get her parts. You gotta kill enemies in different parts of the map to farm for toroids. And then you gotta do the fishing and the mining and the whatnots. It's a bit of a slog. Beginner friendly, not at all. Not at all. 1 star out of 5. She's pretty complicated. You need to build her correctly. You need to figure out the ability rotation correctly. You need to set up enemies with one ability, and then you can hit them with another ability. You need to figure out the correct loop between juggling health and energy and stuff like that. It's hard. It's hard to play Garuda, which is why probably not that many people do it. But if you do know how to play her, she's a powerhouse. Which brings us to fun factor, 5 stars. Because I love complexity. I love ability spamming. I love having to keep track of different resources, and you spend one resource to get another resource. You spend one resource to get another resource. You spend that to put a buff on or debuff on an enemy, and then you have something else that can take advantage of that. It's so cool when they design Warframes around this sort of complex loop of just different abilities. And everything comes together into this beautiful harmony of raining blood in every direction. She's super fun. She's really fun. If you haven't tried out Garuda yet, I recommend you do it. It's a blast. It requires a lot out of you as a player, but if you can get the hang of her, you're gonna have a fun time. Yeah, Baruuk, the Desert Storm. He's so cool. Okay, Baruuk, the pacifist Warframe, right? Not really. Offensive power, 4 out of 5. And that is because this guy has got one of the really good exalted weapons. His punchy fists, the Desert Wind. They are a fantastic exalted weapon. They hit at a long range. They do not just hit enemies in front of you, so it's almost like a projectile weapon. And he has an augment mod for Serene Storm that gives it like an insane status chance, and also makes it change its element to always match the weakness of whatever element you're hitting. So it works against everything. It is really, really strong. But you can't activate it right away at the start of the mission, because he has resources that he has to juggle. And the resource is called Restraint, which he has to erode. He has to erode his restraint and become angry before he can use his Serene Storm. And there are a couple of ways you can do that. Like, you can cast
lull on enemies to put them to sleep. That is something that erodes restraint. But once you can activate his big punch fists, you can just clear rooms with it. You can kill everything on really high levels. They're really, really strong. Survivability, 5 stars. He is crazy good for survivability. He has his number 3, Desolate Hands. It's great. You get these little orbs around you, and they destroy enemy weapons. They fire off, and they just destroy enemy weapons. And then you don't have to worry about them anymore. You can put enemies to sleep, then you don't have to worry about them anymore. He has his Elude, which means all projectiles miss him, but only when he's not attacking, so it's a bit weird. But Desolate Hands, it's good enough. It is one of the best defensive abilities in the entire game. Support 5 out of 5. And we're again talking about Desolate Hands, because this doesn't just protect Baruuk, it flies out and protects teammates as well. They also get these daggers spinning around them that shoot off and just disarm enemies. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. So, putting enemies to sleep, giving all of your allies around you a bunch of defense buffs just by standing close to them, and even just then you can walk away once they have the buff, that's fine. It's just, as soon as the Baruuk is in the team, everyone stops taking damage. Hard to farm for? Yes, very. 1 star. The reason for that is because in order to start farming for him, you have to first get to max rank with Solaris United in Fortuna. This will unlock a second syndicate called Vox Solaris, and you have to rank up with that syndicate to farm for his parts. And that's a grind. That's a grind and a half. So having to max rank 1 syndicate only to get him from a second one, yeah, it's a big slog. That is why most people probably don't play Baruuk. If he was easier to get, more people would play him because he's super strong. It's just that most people don't want to bother with the farm for him, unfortunately. Beginner friendly? No, not exactly. You need the augment mod for his Serene Storm to really get it where it needs to be. You need a bunch of investment in him to build him correctly. And he's got a couple of different playstyles where some of his abilities synergize and some don't. So you can like either build around like Elude, or you build around like Lull and Desolate Hands, but it's hard to make all of his abilities work together at the same time. So he's not really for beginners. Fun factor, 3 out of 5. And the reason for that is because he is very much a melee-centric frame with his exalted weapon. That's what you do when you play Baruuk. You run around and punch enemies, and you cast abilities to erode your restraint, and you have damage reduction. But you walk around and punch people. That's what you do. You walk around and punch people with your fists. So, again, with many of these exalted weapon warframes, it's like if you like playing a melee frame, you're gonna like Baruuk. If you don't like playing a melee frame, you're probably not gonna like Baruuk. So I'm just gonna be diplomatic, put the score at 3. Then we have the second warframe that you get from Vox Solaris, which is Hildrin, the big beefy Valkyrie, the big female bodybuilder, the big muscle girl. She's cool. What's her damage output? 3 out of 5. It's nothing spectacular. She's got her balefire chargers. Okay, sure, they do some damage. They're like pseudo exalted weapons. She does have pillage, and with the mod blazing pillage, that can also do some damage. She has Haven, which is an aura around her, and then, you know, you do some radiation damage to enemies. But these are fine. It's like, it's okay damage. It's okay damage, but it's nothing spectacular. And then you have her Aegis Storm, which she flies up into the air and she fires her fire chargers and stuff like that. And rockets. Yeah. But it does some damage. It's fine. She's not up there with the crazy damage numbers and the infinitely scaling stuff. It's decent. It's decent damage output. That's what it is. Nothing more than that. Survivability is at 4. She's interesting because she's all shields, baby. She doesn't have energy. She instead uses her shields to power her abilities. But then she's like, she can cast Pillage to get shields back and overshields. And she'd be like, thousands of shields. Yeah. And the entire gameplay is built around like just using her shields as a resource. And this has a drop-off point. For low, mid, even decently high levels of content, this works. But once you get up to really high levels, where enemies start shredding your shields very, very quickly, you need new ways of surviving. And in that sort of environment, she can't really hang anymore. But for 99% of the content in the game, it's going to work just fine. And she's going to be very tanky. Support, 4 out of 5. Yeah, she's a great support Warframe. Her Pillage drains shields and armor from nearby enemies. That's good for everyone. It also removes negative status effects, both from Hildren and from allies around her. Very good. Haven is great. It shields allies and protects them. That's super. So just walking around close to a Hildren and you're gonna be fine. You're gonna be protected from status effects. You're gonna get extra buffs. And she's gonna weaken all the enemies so you can kill them faster. It's nice. Easy to farm for? Nope. Just like Baruuk, 1 star. Hildren might have it even worse, because not only do you have to reach Vox Solaris, you then also have to do the boss fight against the Exploiter Orb to farm for her parts. So that's a grind and a half. More than a half, to be honest. And in order to access the Exploiter Orb boss fight, you need refined Thermia that you get from playing the Thermia Fractures event whenever that's ongoing. So it's a huge grind. It's a huge grind to get Hildren. Beginner friendly? Yeah, she kind of is. She's actually pretty straightforward. It's like Haven, always active. Pillage, spam it. And then whenever you feel like it, you can pull out your Exalted Weapon, or you can pull out your number 4, but mostly you're just going to be using her 2 and 3, and that's going to keep you covered. That's her most important skills, and they're pretty easy to understand. Fun factor, bit lower, 3, and that is because what I just said. Warframes where you're kinda like not using the entire kit because some things are better, some things are worse. I like Warframes where you use all 4 abilities, where you have like a reason to use the entire set of abilities they have. With Hildren, she's very much about her number 2 and her number 3. That's it. That's her bread and butter. Aegis Storm is cool, but it's a bit of a gimmick. The Balefire Chargers are okay, but it's not really something you're gonna be sort of like building around. So, a bit bland in the gameplay department, unfortunately. So, 3 stars. She can use her other stuff, but it's just... Alright, we got Wisp. We got Wisp, the ghost with the most, for those who are in the know. I usually, like... I think I'm a bit in the minority here, because I tend to rank Wisp a bit lower in the rankings than most people do. She's good and all, I just don't think she's as good as she's made out to be. But we'll talk about her, right? We'll talk about her. First up, offensive power, 3 out of 5. It's okay. Okay, it's okay. She's got her reservoirs. One of them, she can put down the charge mode so that you zap enemies around with lightning damage. It's not that big damage, really. She has Breach Surge, which, you know, blinds enemies and puts like little dots on them, and when you kill them, they shoot out sparks that hit other enemies. What's interesting about Breach Surge is that it sort of works better on other Warframes than it does on Wisp. Wisp doesn't really have the means to take advantage of that ability the same way that some other Warframes can. So she'd have to do it with her weapons. You cast Breach Surge and then you shoot enemies with your weapons, and then they take some good damage. And then she has her number 4, open a gate to the sun. Open a gate to the sun and shoot big heat and radiation damage. But It's not super good. It sort of falls off on any sort of higher levels of content. It's okay. So she's got damaging abilities, but they're not super up there. It's not really why people play her. But we'll get to why people play her, because she's a support frame. Survivability, 4 out of 5. She's got good crowd control with Breach Surge for blinding enemies. She has her reservoirs that she can plop down that give max health and healing. But then it's mostly her passive. Yeah, she is invisible while she's airborne, which is a pretty good survivability tool. So if you just make sure that you do your jumpies and you do your aim gliding and you're just always in the air, then enemies can't see you and they can't shoot at you, and that makes her pretty survivable, I would say. She can survive most things by just not being hit. Support, 5 out of 5 stars, and this is probably why people play her. She is one of the best support Warframes in the entire game and one of the easiest ones to play, because she drops her motes on the ground. Her number 1 ability is by far her best ability, by far. She drops these things on the ground, these reservoirs. There are different ones. One gives movement speed and attack speed, one gives healing, one stuns enemies with electricity damage. She can put down so many of them on the ground. They last forever until she just replaces them with new motes. She can put around a defense objective, she can put the shock motes in a couple of different areas to just lock down the entire area. It's great. It's such good buffs, not just to her, but to everyone around her. So it just makes everything feel better. Gives more fire rate to your weapons, gives healing to yourself. Just feels good when you have all of your buffs up. And she can just basically buff everything for free. Wonderful support. Farm, 2 stars out of 5. You gotta fight the Ropa list to farm for Wisp. In order to access the Ropa list fight, you have to have done the main quest called Chimera Prologue, so you have to be pretty far ahead in the main storyline to be able to start farming for it. You have to have gone through the entire star chart. So, can't get her as a new player. You have to be very far into the game to get her. So, beginner friendly, you know, if you want to buy her for platinum or anything like that. 3 out of 5. She has some complexity to her with her later abilities, with the Will of the Wisp and the Breach Surge and whatever. But for most new players, you're just fine with your motes. You just put down all of your reservoirs on the ground, and then you get all the buffs, and then you just run around and kill everything with your weapons with all of your mote buffs, and that's it. That's how people play her. Don't need all that much more. These things are nice. They're nice, but you don't need them. You just need your reservoirs, because they're so good. Fun factor, 3 out of 5. I don't know, I'm just not the biggest Wisp fan. Mostly it's just you plop down your reservoirs and they buff your stuff. But then the problem is that the rest of her abilities are like, yeah, she's got a good sort of like mobility thing. That's fine. You can teleport to it. Her number 4 isn't that good. And her number 3 is better on other Warframes than it is on her. So it's mostly just dumping the reservoirs on the ground and taking advantage of the buffs. That's what you're going to be doing for the majority of the time you play Wisp. Which isn't exciting enough for me to give her a higher score than a 3 here. I know, everyone loves her. I can see why everyone loves her. With her assets. But it's not my cup of tea. She's good. She's just not my cup of tea. But yo, you know who is my cup of tea? Speed Boy. Speed Boy Gauss. God, he's so good. He's so good, and he's so cool. Did I mention that he's good? Alright. Let's go through it. Raw power. Offensive power. 4 stars out of 5. He charges his battery. When his battery is charged, he can activate his red line. Look at these buffs Look at these buffs to fire rate, to attack speed. It's crazy. He's got his thermal sunder. He can cast it by tapping or holding to do either cold damage or fire damage. You can combine them to do blast damage. It strips armor from enemies. If you're at maximum redline, it's a 100% permanent armor strip. He can just remove enemy defenses entirely, and then he can freeze them solid in place so they can't move. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. He can also run fast. Survivability, 4 out of 5. He's got his kinetic plating. Look at that damage reduction. Does that say 100%? Yeah, it does say 100% when you're at maximum redline. So you gotta charge up your battery by running fast. And you gotta activate your redline and get that up to 100%. And then you can't die. It's pretty solid. Support, 5 out of 5. Why? Because, oh my god, locking down area in place. Can't you remove all defenses from all enemies? Shut everything down. It is fantastic what he can do. Also, when he's on maximum redline, he starts zapping everyone around him with electricity damage. So, like, just stuns enemies too. He's so cool. He's so cool. And he moves so fast, and he just, wherever he goes, he just shuts everything down with his abilities. Try him. Try and see just how strong this boy is in effect. So how do you get a Gauss? That's where you get to the first low ranking, 2 stars. Because you gotta play Disruption. You gotta play the Disruption mission on Sedna. It's Kappa on Sedna. And if you just get up there to like the higher tiers, then he's in the drop table, just Gauss parts. It's a pretty high level disruption mission, and a lot of people struggle with disruption if they don't have good enough gear, because they can't kill the Demolists in time. So you might have to, I don't know, be carried through it, or you do have gear good enough to destroy the Demolists before they destroy the conduit. It's just a bit of a slog, farming one high level mission to get his parts, but if you can get them, go get them, because Gauss is great. Another issue here is also that to actually craft him, you need some high-level gems from the Plains of Eidolon and Fortuna, so you gotta level up with those factions in order to get the mining blueprints to get those high-level gems. So it's a bit of a project getting him. But he's worth it. Beginner-friendly, he is not. 2 stars. And that is because there's a lot of things to keep track of. People think he's like the running boy. That like that's what Gauss does. He runs fast. And it's like there's so much more to him than that. Like the running fast thing is a meme. And I've seen like builds where people build around running even faster by increasing sprint speed and stuff. And that's dumb. That's dumb. That's not how you build Gauss. He can run fast enough as it is. No, you build him for being able to strip enemy defenses and doing massive damage with AoE stuff, and being immortal, and having 100% increased attack speed, 200% increased fire rate, stuff like that. That's what Gauss is for. But that takes a bit of build around, and it takes a bit of know-how, so it's not really for beginners. I'll just let you know right away that you don't build him for speed. You build him for being a monster. Fun factor 5. He is unique. He does have run fast. He does, yes, go run fast, which is fun. But beyond that, he's got resource juggling. You gotta charge his battery. You gotta activate your red line. You feel so cool when you're at maximum power. You run fast. You destroy everything. You lock down areas. It's a blast. It's a blast. He's one of the most fun Warframes in the game to play. Try him. It is a joy to play Gauss. You're gonna have a blast. Trust me, you're gonna have a blast. Try him. You're gonna love it. Alright, we got Big Boy. Big Boy Grendel. The most misunderstood Warframe in the game. when he came out, people were sort of like memeing about him, and he was a bit weak, but he got buffed pretty quickly. But a lot of like the negative perceptions have persevered. People think Grendel is bad. Grendel is not bad. He is not bad at all. In fact, he's very powerful. The dozen players of the game who play Grendel, they know that. They know just how powerful he is. He's really, really strong. And going to sites like Warframe and seeing like he's ranked as one of the worst Warframes, it's just like, nah man, the people who are ranking Grendel are people who haven't played him. For real. Let's talk about Grendel. Offensive power, 5 out of 5. Yeah. You know why? Because he one of them boys who got infinitely scaling damage. His number 1, he eats enemies. Whomp. They go into his belly. They sit in his belly. And while they're in his belly, they take damage. They take toxin damage. It also reduces their armor and like debuffs them while they're in there. Part of the calculation for how they take damage is based on enemy level. So the higher level enemies, the more damage they take. You can just eat enemies and spit them out and they die. Try doing this against like corpus enemies. You suck them into your gut, you wait 1 second, you spit them out, they're dead. This thing has absolutely insane damage numbers. Absolutely insane. He's got a bunch of buffs he can cycle between. He can give himself an energy multiplier. He can give himself more armor. He can add toxin damage to his attacks. All of these are relevant buffs. All of them are good. He's got Regurgitate, where he can spit out one enemy that's in his gut, and then it hits a bunch of other stuff. This is probably his weakest ability. It's kind of like... It's okay for damage, I guess, but... Because it also scales with enemy level. But, you can kind of skip that one. And then he can turn into a ball, and this is sort of the meme thing. Because it's incredibly hard to control him while he's in a ball. But there's an augment for it that makes it so you can like speed and change directions mid-air with the ball. And it actually turns it into a quite wacky and fun mobility tool. Is it great? Nah, probably not. But it's fun and it kind of works. But yeah, Feast. One of the best damaging abilities in the game. You can just kill anything with it. If you're struggling with the Mastery Rank 30 test, just pick Grendel. Just eat everything. They all die. Survivability, very good. He does have his buffs with Nourish for like more energy and more armor and stuff like that. But he also has a very big health pool and a teeny tiny amount of shields. And you might think, what? Why so few shields? It's almost no shields at all. But the thing is, that's good. That's good for abusing a mechanic called shield gating. Shield gating makes you invulnerable for like a 1.5 seconds or so when your shields deplete, but then you don't get your shield gate back until your shields are like fully recharged. And for Grendel, fully recharging your shields is a piece of cake because he doesn't have a whole lot of shields at all. So if you know how to abuse that mechanic, you can basically keep this guy immortal. He's super tanky, super tanky. Support 4, yeah, 4, because of the Nourish. Doesn't buff just him, buffs allies as well, and it's a very solid buff that he can give to his entire team. Not to mention that pretty good way of crowd controlling is just take all of the enemies you can see and just putting them in your belly. That's a pretty good way of making sure that they can't hurt anyone. So yeah, Grendel is good to have around. Hard to farm for? Yeah. Really hard to farm for. 1 star out of 5. Might be the hardest Warframe to farm for in the entire game, which is also a problem and a reason why many of the misconceptions about Grendel are never cleared up. Because people have heard that he's bad, and then they know that he's also super hard to farm for, so no one bothers to go get him to find out the truth. Unfortunately. In order to get
Grendel, you have to first have unlocked arbitrations, which means you have to have cleared every node in the entire star chart. Then you get keys from the arbitration store that unlocks the missions where you can get the Grendel parts. And playing those missions, you have to play without mods. You have to play with a completely unmodded Warframe and unmodded weapons against like level 40, 50, 60 enemies, which is really hard. I have put out a guide for exactly how to get through it the easiest possible way. That is with Hildryn. Hildryn is a very good Warframe for getting through all of the Grendel missions, especially if you have a spare Chroma to put in the helmet system, so you can give Chroma's elemental ward to Hildryn. Watch my build guide. The video is called like the easiest possible way to solo farm Grendel. It's on this channel. Go check it out, and go get him. And go get him and try him for yourself to clear up these misconceptions. Because he's good. Beginner friendly? No. No, he's not. And the reason why he's not beginner friendly is because he requires pretty massive resource investment to get really good. There's a huge energy drain on his number 1, depending on how many enemies you have in your gut. There's energy drain for using his roller ball as well. So you kind of need a lot of ways of generating energy. You need primed flow. You need a big energy pool. You need arcane energize. You might need some operator stuff as well. You really have to deal with his super greedy energy consumption. But the reason why he has that super greedy energy consumption is because he has to, because otherwise he would be completely broken with how dangerous he is. But he requires investment. He requires a ton of investment, so he's not for beginners, unfortunately. Fun factor, I'm gonna put him at 3, middle of the pack. The reason is because his roller ball is a bit divisive. Otherwise, like, you eat enemies, you keep them in your gut, and then when you spit them out, they're dead. That's fine. And then you buff yourself with just some passive buffs. That's fine. And then you got the roller ball, which is just, that's more for fun. It's not really anything that's going to carry you through higher level content. On lower level content, it's a blast to just blow through enemies, being a big meatball, which is fun. But it's not for everyone. Some people hate it. If you don't have the augment, it's also trash to try to maneuver with this thing. So just the fact that you need the augment to make it enjoyable to use kind of speaks against it a little bit. So he's got pros and cons for just how it feels to play him. So I'm gonna put him at a solid 3 out of 5. Alright, we got Protea, the Time Warframe. She cool. Offensive power, 5 out of 5. Yeah, these latest couple of Warframes, most of them are really goddamn powerful. Protea is no different. And with Protea, it's her number 2 ability, the Blaze Artillery. She drops out this little turret. It's up for a couple of seconds. It fires on enemies. You want to kind of group enemies up if you can, because the more enemies it can hit, the more its damage scales. And it scales to pretty crazy levels, where this thing does some pretty stupid damage. So yeah, she can kill anything in the game with her Blaze Artillery. Anything in the game. Survivability, pretty good. Pretty good. She's got her grenade fan, her number 1, where she can throw out a bunch of grenades on the ground. Neither tap or hold to throw out 2 different kind of grenades. One of them just regenerates shields for her, and the other just does damage. She's got her dispensary that she can plop down that gives a bunch of health and ammo and energy, stuff like that. And then she's got her temporal anchor, which is her ability to move through time. You activate it, and then you can just do whatever you want to do. And then when you deactivate it, you go back in time. And every damage you took while it was active is just negated. It's fine. If you die while it's active, you don't die. You just go back in time to where you are. So it's a bit clunky to use. It's kind of like Tracer from Overwatch, if you know how that ability works. But it's cool. It's cool, and it does help her survive.
Support, very good, very good. 5 out of 5. She is a support Warframe. That's her role. The grenade fans are great for just covering an area with whatever you want it to do, if you want to be damage or healing. Dispensary is one of the best support abilities in the game. Generates health for everyone, generates ammo for everyone, generates energy for everyone. Just plop that down and everyone is back up to full. Everyone loves seeing a Protea because that means they just get whatever resource they want. Is she tricky to farm for? Yes, she is. First you gotta do the Deadlock Protocol quest. That unlocks the Granum Void. And then you have to play the Granum Void and reach like sort of the max rank you can reach in it in 3 different tiers. And that can be a bit tricky if you don't know how to do it. I put out a guide for how to play the Granum Void correctly. You just use the Zoris. It's the weapon you get for doing the Deadlock Protocol quest. The Zoris is designed for the Granum Void. So that's the weapon you're supposed to use to make it easy. You can throw it and explode it, and you can give yourself extra time and you kill the specters immediately, stuff like that. So don't bother with weird bad guides on the internet telling you to use Mesa or stuff like that. No, just use any Warframe you want. Any Warframe you want in the entire game, and just use the Zoris, and it's gonna be fine. But you gotta go up to pretty high level missions. Like you have to go up to like Pluto and stuff to get to the final tier of Granum Void missions. So it's a bit of a slog to get her. So 2 out of 5. Beginner friendly, I'm gonna put her at 3 out of 5. It's pretty straightforward. Throwing out the grenades to do some stuff, that's fine. Dispensary, that's pretty self-explanatory. Blaze Artillery is pretty self-explanatory. And the most complex ability is the Temporal Anchor. It's so complex that a lot of people don't even use it or like remove it in the helmet system and stuff like that. If you do get the hang of how to use Temporal Anchor, it's actually very, very strong. And I sort of recommend against removing it because it's better than you think it is. Fun factor, 4 out of 5, above average. And that is because she has a lot of stuff going for her. The Temporal Anchor in particular is a super fun ability. Just gives her a unique feel with the whole time warping. Blaze Artillery feels good to pop out and just watch everything melt because the damage output on these is stupid. Absolutely stupid. And then she also gets to play support and like protect her teammates and just make everyone feel happy. So she's got a lot of good stuff going for her. She is surprisingly fun. Surprisingly fun. Oh boy, back to this. Back to this, just like last year. I'm not gonna go crazy about it like I did last year, but I have to point out that it can't have been an accident that his signature Syandana, when you put it on him, and then you watch him in this ability screen, and his signature Syandana behaves like this. I feel like this pretty much has to have been intentional. This... it's still just as funny as it was last year. It's just... this is never gonna stop being funny. This is just dong frame. Like, can we get an explanation for this? Digital Extremes, can we get an explanation for this? It's too much. It's too much, it really is. Zaku, offensive power, 5 stars. Because that's how they make Warframes nowadays, at least up until Zaku. He's one of those guys who has infinitely scaling damage, which means you give him 5 stars for power. Grasp of Loki, he steals guns from enemies, and he's like, now it's my guns. And then he shoots it back at enemies. And the power of the guns depends on the level of the enemies. So the higher level enemies, the more damage this ability does. Never stops scaling, scales forever. He also has the Lost, where you can put a bunch of different debuffs on enemies. And one of the debuffs he can give them is like 100% defense reduction. Just strip all of their defenses. So 100% defense strip combined with infinitely scaling damage means he's one of the most powerful Warframes in the game. There's just no way around it. But that's Pretty much the best thing I can say about him. Survivability, 4 out of 5. He has his vast untime, where he pops off his armor and becomes a running skelly boy. Skelly man. Is it a he? Is Zaku a he? I think last year I ended on they, seeing as how Zaku's patched up of the remains of 3 different Warframes. So they become Skelly Boy, and when they're in Skelly Boy, they get a 75% dodge chance, which is just evasion, a chance to just completely, like, oh, that thing that was gonna hit me, it didn't hit me. It's pretty solid. Oh yeah, did I mention that Zaku has another ability that can increase the damage output even further with void damage? Support, 3 out of 5, because you do have your different debuffs. You can lock down enemies and trap them, and you can strip defenses and stuff like that, which is always nice. But that's about it. Other than that, Zaku's thing isn't support. Zaku's thing is just stupid damage numbers. Extremely stupid damage numbers. That is what Zaku does. Hard to farm for? Absolutely. Ridiculously hard to farm for. You get Zaku's component parts from doing Deimos bounties, and that's fine. And you do the Heart of Deimos quest to get the Zaku blueprint, and that's fine. But then, in order to craft Zaku, you need, I think it's repeller systems. I don't think it's Atmo systems, I think it's, or Gyromag systems, one of the 3, either way. But in order to get that resource, you have to do the Prophet Taker boss fight, or just Prophet Taker heists. So that requires you to be in Vox Solaris, which means you have to max rank Solaris United. So you have to max rank the faction in Fortuna, get to another faction and start doing bounties there for that systems, or that Atmo systems or whatever, in order to craft Zaku. So it's not enough to just get up to the high ranks of the Entrati family, which you also need for some of his other component parts. You gotta max rank 2 open worlds to farm for Zaku. That is a slog. 1 star out of 5 for hard to farm. Yeah, it's very hard to farm for. Beginner friendly, Zaku is not. It's a complicated Warframe. It requires a lot of build around. It's got these sort of buffs to cycle between, where some are more useful than others. It's got the Skelly thing, where it's like just locks the duration of his other abilities. It's a bit of a tricky thing all around to get all of his stuff to work. It's good, but I wouldn't call Zaku beginner friendly. I wouldn't recommend Zaku to a new player. And then we come to the final one, which is fun factor, and it's also pretty low. I'm gonna put it at 2 out of 5. I just don't really enjoy playing Zaku, and this might come down to personal preference, I don't know. But, like, the damage comes from stealing enemy weapons, and then you don't shoot them, they just shoot by themselves. They just hang around behind you and just shoot. So you just run around, and this thing kills things by itself. And Zata's Whisper, it's just a buff that increases void damage on your attacks. And then running around as a skeleton, you just get into a different state, right? You just cast it, and then you're a skeleton, and you look like this. And okay, so it's just a thing that's active, but most of the time you just have all of his stuff active, and then you just run around, and enemies just die by themselves from you just running around, and it's not a super active playstyle. So I just don't find it all that enjoyable. I know Zaku's super powerful. I know he's insanely powerful. I just don't think Zaku's all that fun to play. Maybe that's just me. Yo, do you know who's fun though? Lavos is fun. The Alchemist Warframe. Lavos is cool. We're gonna talk about Lavos. Offensive power, 5 stars. He is ridiculously powerful. If you don't know, now you know. He has got an ability called Catalyze, When you throw it out, it covers a huge area. It deals damage to enemies. Damage is doubled for each element afflicting an enemy, so depending on how many different status procs an enemy has on them. So it's an ability that works the same as the condition overload ability for melee weapons. That's really good. Then, Lavos has a very unique playstyle. Lavos' abilities are based on cooldown, instead of how it is for everyone else, which is just sort of energy based. And then he has a bunch of abilities that can juggle cooldown. He also has different elements that he can imbue all of his abilities with by holding the cast button instead of clicking the cast button. So by holding the number 1 button, you imbue your next ability with Toxin. By holding 2, you imbue it with Cold. By holding 3, you imbue it with Electricity. By holding 4, you imbue it with Heat. By holding them together, you can do a combination ability. So if you hold 1 and 2 together, you imbue your next attack with, or your next ability with viral damage, because it's Toxin plus Cold. Stuff like that. So you can spread a bunch of different status effects around to a bunch of different enemies by casting his other abilities. And then you cast number 4 and everything dies. That's it. Everything just melts. It's really cool. He's got damage on his other stuff too. His number 1, it's a snake whip. You whip people with your snakes. It's a snake whip. And that heals you. That's cool. You have your Vile Rush. You dash through enemies. It's his big mobility skill. It also damages enemies. His Transmutation Probe. You throw it out. It does lightning damage or electricity damage to all enemies. So all of his abilities are damaging. And it all caps off with the big catalyze that just melts everything. Super strong. Works on very high level content. Everything dies. Survivability. 5 out of 5. He's a super tank. He's got massive health, decent energy to boost on top of that, very good armor. His Ophidian Bite, it's one of the best healing tools in the game. If you hit like 2 or 3 enemies with one whip, you just whip yourself back up to full health. It's crazy. You stun lock enemies with electricity procs. I don't know what else to ask for. Vile Rush, you freeze enemies, you immobilize them. Yeah. He can tank it all. No problems at all surviving with a Lavos. None. Support, we're gonna put him at 3 out of 5, and the reason for that is because Lavos has a bit of a unique problem. Well, Nidus kind of has that problem too, but Lavos also has it, where he functions sort of better in a solo setting than he does in a group setting. The reason for that is because of his cooldowns. He has his number 3 ability, where the more enemies you hit with it, the more you reduce your cooldowns on your other abilities. So that's part of like the whole ability spam thing. He now also has an augment for his whip, where if you whip enemies with it, you also reduce your cooldowns, so you want to hit a bunch of enemies. So if you're playing in a team and all of your teammates are killing everything around you, then you can't reduce your cooldowns the way you want to. And if you can't reduce your cooldowns, then you can't spam your abilities. If you can't spam your abilities, then why are you even playing Lavos? Right? So all of this stuff is good in a group setting as well, but you can't cast it as often as you would. Whereas if you play by yourself, you can just go ham. Is Lavos hard to get? Yeah, he's pretty hard to get. I'm gonna put him at a 2. And the reason for that is you get all of his stuff from Deimos, you get them from Father, and you need to be max rank with the Entrati family. So whenever there's one of those Warframes where you need to like be max rank with a certain open world faction in order to get them, I tend to put them at a 2 for farmability because it's a bit of a slog. Beginner friendly, I'm gonna say 3 out of 5, middle of the pack. He's a bit complex. Because he works with cooldowns instead of energy, so he plays very differently from everyone else. But at the same time, he's a super tank. He'll just hang by himself. If Inaros is beginner friendly, then Lavos is beginner friendly too, because Lavos is just as good of a tank as Inaros is. But then Lavos has all this other cool stuff that he can also do that Inaros can't do. So once you start getting the hang of it, with the healing whip, and the Vile Rush for mobility, and then the big AoE stuff, I don't like it's okay. It's not that hard to wrap your head around it. Fun factor 5. 5, 5, 5, 5 to the 5, 5, 5, 5. Lavos is super fun. He is unique in his playstyle because he uses cooldowns instead of energy. That's rad. That's cool. He juggles between different elements. You get to infuse and imbue your attacks with different elements. You have to keep track of cooldowns. You have one ability that can reduce cooldowns. You have another ability that can reduce cooldowns. You put status procs on enemies so that you can do more damage with your number 4. He's got so much going on. And he's an ability spammer. I love ability spammers. I love Ember because she's an ability spammer. I love Caliban because he's an ability spammer. And I love Lavos because he's an ability spammer. Whenever you have any Warframe where you're just constantly using your entire kit of abilities, I'm gonna say that's fun. That's a fun way of playing Warframe. So Lavos is great. If you're not playing Lavos, you should be playing Lavos. Try to get a feel for him. You might be surprised by how much fun you're having. And we are finally up to the new Warframes. The 3 new Warframes that came out in 2021 that were not part of last year's review. First up, Sevagoth. Yeah. He's also a bit of an edgelord. Not as edgy as Harrow or Nekros or Ashe, but still a bit edgy. I'm gonna say still a bit edgy. He has a stand. That's his thing. Okay, so first up, offensive power. He has got 4 out of 5 stars. So first up, he has like 2 different playstyles. One is his abilities, and the second is his Exalted Shadow's abilities. His stand, his shadow. So first up, Sevagoth himself. He has Reap, where he shoots out on enemies and you reap them, and that does pretty good damage, and also debuffs enemies, and you fill up your death well. And then you have Sow, where you plant a death seed in enemies, and then when they die, they detonate, dealing true damage to enemies around them. As radial damage, which is also pretty strong damage wise, and this also fills the death well. And then when the death well is full, you can call out your shadow, which is you just become the shadow, and you're no longer playing as Sevagoth. Now you're instead playing as Sevagoth's shadow, and as the shadow you have your own abilities where you can run around and slash enemies and pull them in and do huge massive damage. It's pretty cool. So yeah, damage is absolutely there. Survivability, 5 out of 5. He is very tanky. Once you're in the Exalted Shadow mode, then, you know, that's fine. Sevagoth ain't gonna take no damage while you're just flying around being the shadow. And also, he has a passive, where if you are Sevagoth and you die, then you become the shadow. You become the shadow, and then you have a couple of seconds where you can just run around and kill enemies as the shadow, and if you kill enough enemies as the shadow, you just revive. You just don't die. So you can basically just stay alive forever that way. He's very tanky, extremely tanky. Support, 4 out of 5. He's got one excellent ability called Gloom. It is probably the most popular Helminth ability right now as well. It's a huge area of effect that slows enemies a lot. It slows them by massive amounts, and it also gives lifesteal to all your attacks on every enemy inside the Gloom area. And there's the Exalted Shadow. You can pull in enemies to ragdoll them. They become like lifted and they can't move or do anything at all. So you just lock down. You just lock down entire areas. Your enemies can't really do a whole lot. Makes him useful for a bunch of different mission types. Just great to have in your team. Is he difficult to farm for? Yes. Not the worst,
but kind of hard. You have to do railjack missions. So first you do the Call of the Tempestari quest to get his actual blueprint. Then to get his component parts, you gotta do Voidstorm missions in Neptune or Vale or Pluto, I think, in railjack, in those Proxima regions. And then he can just be like a random drop at the end of the mission for different component parts. So if you just do a bunch of Voidstorms, which you probably should be doing anyway because the rewards for doing Voidstorms are amazing, then you'll just eventually get all the parts. So it takes some time, and you have to have a railjack, or you don't even have to have a railjack to play railjack missions. You can just play on other people's railjacks, and you'll have them eventually. So not the easiest, but not too hard either. We'll put him at 2. We'll put him at 2. Beginner friendly? No, not really. So that's 2 out of 5. And the main reason for this is because, wow, you have to invest in him. You have to invest so hard in him with like Forma and stuff. Because you have to invest in Sevagoth. Then you have to invest in his shadow, which is like its own character with its own mods and its own mod slots and its own Forma. And then you have to invest in the exalted weapons of his shadow, which are those shadow claws, which also have to be leveled up. So like at the end of the day, you're looking at maybe like 14 Forma or something if you really want to get like Sevagoth up to like really, really awesome levels where he becomes super, super strong. So for that reason alone, he's not super new player friendly because he's such a massive resource investment to get going. But if you can do it, and you like the idea of just having a stand, look at him, he's even doing the Dio pose here. That has to be intentional. It has to be intentional that they put Sevagoth in the Dio pose on his ability screen here, while his stand is just flying around in the background killing enemies. Don't tell me that's not intentional. You know it is. Look at it. Come on. Yeah. So so if you like the idea of just having a stand, then play Sevagoth. He's cool. He's really cool. Alright, next up we got Yareli. We got Yareli, who is currently, I guess, the entire community's favorite punching bag. Hey, I'm also gonna rank her pretty low, but she's not the lowest ranked Warframe on this list. She's not. That would be Hydroid, Chroma, maybe, no, not Chroma, but like Hydroid and Inaros. They're worse than Yareli is. So don't even talk like she's the worst Warframe in the game or something, because she isn't. Inaros is. But let's talk about Yareli. Offensive power is pretty low. It's 2 out of 5. And the reason is because her abilities are kind of jank. Sea snares, you trap some enemies and they take some damage, but it's damage isn't like super big there. Aqua blades, they spin around her and they slash enemies and stuff. Aqua blades is fine as a damaging tool. It's fine, but it's a bit on the clunky side to use, but it's okay. It's okay. Riptide, her number 4, where you just get the big water splash and then kaboom and enemies go flying. It's okay damage wise. It's kind of annoying how enemies ragdoll and fly away too. I think they've cut down on how far enemies fly away, because at the beginning they were just flying to the other side of the map, which is just sort of annoying more than anything else. But she's got one really good thing going for her damage wise, and that is her passive, which is when she's moving, she gets a 200% crit chance buff on secondary weapons. And that's very strong. That's a really, really significant buff. So I can't say that like she doesn't have damage output when she has this passive. It's just the rest of her abilities aren't really doing what you would want them to be doing damage-wise, which is unfortunate.
But the passive is good. So she's got that going for her. So that's 2 out of 5. Survivability, 3 out of 5. And it sort of comes down to the fact that she has to stand on Merulina, her signature K-Drive. She's the K-Drive Warframe. And while she stands on Merulina, she gets a bunch of damage reduction, and Merulina has its own health bar. But it's a bit clunky. If you fall off Merulina, then you could just die. You could just die immediately. But she has a good survivability tool in Merulina, but that's all she has. And then she's got a bunch of crowd control, which is okay. So I'm not going to say she sucks in terms of survivability. She doesn't. Middle of the pack. She's at a 3. There are other Warframes that are way squishier than Yareli is. Support, again, 3 out of 5. She's got a bunch of crowd control. Maybe it's not the best crowd control in the world, but she's got it. Sea Snares kind of works for locking down a bunch of enemies. Riptide kind of works for like grouping a bunch of enemies up and doing some damage and stuff. It's some relevant stuff here. So yeah, 3 out of 5. Not the best crowd control, but not the worst either. Now, easy to obtain. This one is a bit interesting because I'm going to put her at 3. And if you've been paying attention, the last Warframe on the list that got that number was Titania. And that was a long time ago. And every other Warframe since then has gotten either a 1 or a 2 in that ranking. And that's sort of how I feel Yareli might be a bit misunderstood. You get her quest fairly early on. It's called the Wave Rider. And you gotta do a bunch of K-Drive stuff. And you do a bunch of K-Drive tricks and whatever to complete the quest. Then you get your blueprint. And then you just go to a dojo room, the bash lab that you can build. And then you get the rest of her parts. And then you just need some open world stuff from Fortuna to craft her. She's not really all that hard to farm for. Which is why I think people sort of misunderstand her. She's the anime girl, right? I think she was just built to attract new players. I think she was just a sort of new aesthetic spin that goes in a different direction from other Warframes. So they put her early on, while everything else that's new is very late game stuff. She's early game stuff. You can get her fairly early on, and she has an ability set that's sort of straightforward, sort of easy to understand, and feels sort of unique with the surfboard thingy. So I think she's meant for new players. I think she's meant for new players to be attracted to and think it's cool and want to try her out and stuff like that. And that's fine, I guess, if you design a Warframe like that once in a blue moon, which is what they did with Yareli. So yeah, she's not that hard to farm for. So if you like her aesthetics and all of that jazz, you can probably get her decently easy, so long as you are okay with just doing a K-Drive quest, where you have to do a bunch of K-Drive tricks and learn how to drive a K-Drive. Which you kind of have to learn anyway if you're going to play her, because guess what? She's on a K-Drive. So, in the beginner-friendly category, I'm going to give her 4 out of 5. Because she is pretty easy to understand. Just stand on the K-Drive. Use her signature pistol. Have Aqua Blades active to hurt enemies around you. When you want to control an area, just throw out some Sea Snares. When you want to do big damage, use the big Riptide. Yeah, okay. It's nothing special, but I can see how you could think it's fun. Right? Maybe not if you're like a player who's played since 2013 and you want the next broken synergy and the next cool thing. Because that's not what she is. But I don't think she's as bad as the community has made her out to be. She's absolutely not fantastic, but I don't think she deserves to be the punching bag that she is. And when we come to the final category, fun to play, I'm going to put her at 3. I'm going to put her at 3 out of 5. And same thing as a bunch of other divisive Warframes. Because this is K-Drive, right? It's unique. She plays differently from other Warframes because her traversal through maps is going to be very different from everyone else's. And it requires a lot of finesse and like relearning how to play the game in that state. If you like K-Drive and like the idea of a K-Drive Warframe, you're going to love her. If you don't like K-Drives, you're going to hate her. So, let's give her a 3 out of 5, and you can make up your mind for yourself. And finally, the last Warframe released in 2021, Caliban. We gotta talk about Caliban right as we start 2022 and all of the new war stuff happening. It's like, how relevant is he gonna be for everything, right? Okay, first up, offensive power. We're gonna put him at 3 out of 5. When he was introduced and everyone looked at his abilities, they saw that like, oh, all of his abilities are like damaging abilities in different ways. Is that it? It's just a bunch of different damaging stuff. And it's not really how he works. I think people have gotten a bit of the wrong impression of Caliban, because the damage stuff that he does is okay as it is, but that's not really his thing. His thing is more in a support role where he sort of excels in some pretty cool ways. His Razor Gyre is kind of crap. You can just ignore that one. Yeah, you spin around and it doesn't do a whole lot of damage. Sentient Wrath, his number 2 ability. It's a huge blast, goes in every direction, hits everything. And it gives enemies damage vulnerability, so they take more damage. And it lifts them up and makes them airborne, so it's crowd control as well. It's very good. Does a lot of different things at the same time. And the damage is actually quite fine. Especially for like lower-ish level content. This serves as a nuke. You just click the number 2 button and everything around you dies. And that works. That works. And then you have your Fusion Strike. Yeah, it does a blast damage. But that's not the big part. The big part is it groups up enemies. Clumps them up. And you debuff them. They get debuffed. You strip their defenses. At 200% ability strength, that's a 100% defense strip, and that's permanent. It's very strong. So you can just sort of, you can lock everything down. You still need weapons. You still need weapons to sort of finish enemies off, but you can just debuff them, remove all of their defenses, and you can blast them with some damage. But still, it's a 3. It's a 3 out of 5. Survivability, 4 out of 5. People have been giving this guy a raw deal, talking about like, blah blah blah. It's all based around shields. That's no good. Yes, it is. He can summon sentients, and they regenerate shields and overshields for him. It's very easy to build around this for all tiers of content, except for the very high levels. If you're talking about super high level cap, endurance runs or whatever, then you have to start abusing shield gating. And then having something that like just sort of gives you big shield values isn't going to be all that relevant. But screw that. For normal content, there's nothing wrong with building around shields. That works just fine. And he's very good at just staying alive with his shields. Just put Brief Respite in his aura mod slot. And then when you cast one of these, you start regenerating shields immediately, and it just saves him from most stuff. I played Caliban a lot these past couple of weeks. I ain't never died to anything. I'm just saying. So he's got his survivability. Don't worry about it. Support, 5 out of 5. He is a fantastic support Warframe. Absolutely fantastic. Lock down an entire area. Give all of the enemies in that area a debuff so they take more damage, and maybe you just kill most of them anyway, right? Completely defense strip all enemies in an area, and you create a zone when you cast this, and anyone who steps into that zone immediately has all of their defenses removed. It's crazy. And summon a bunch of sentients. They distract enemies, they attack enemies. It's fantastic. When you just have all of his stuff going, the entire area is just a blaze of just chaos, and enemies can't get anything going. He's an ability spammer, and if you do spam his abilities and you build him for like high efficiency and stuff like that, you can do some pretty crazy stuff. And your teammates are just gonna be like, I don't even understand what's happening. All I know is that we're winning. Is Caliban easy to get? No, he's not. So he's gonna get the 1-star. He's gonna get the 1-star because in order to farm for Caliban, you have to have completed the new war quest. In order to play the new war quest, you have to have finished all other main quests before that. you have to own a railjack, you have to own a necromech. That is a tall order. And once you have all of that, and you do the new war quest, that's gonna unlock some new bounties in Plains of Eidolon and the Orb Valis. And those new bounties are where you farm for his component parts. So you gotta be really up in the latest late game, all at the end, in order to farm for Caliban. So he's gonna get that 1 star. It's not easy to farm for at all. Is he beginner friendly? No, not really, because he requires a lot of investment. He requires a lot of forma, because you need to build him for a bunch of different things. He needs to have 200% ability strength, and he needs to also have pretty good efficiency, pretty good range. The way I build him, I don't care all that much about duration, but it requires some investment, and then it requires understanding sort of like how his ability synergies work and stuff like that. It's not really for beginners. It's not the worst, but I wouldn't super recommend him to a new player. I think you kind of have to understand, at least decently, what you're doing to play Caliban. And finally, the very final ranking of this entire tier list, Caliban's fun factor, and it's a 5-er. It's the 5 out of 5. Oh yeah. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I said it with Lavos, I said it with Ember. I love ability spam. I love Warframes where you spam all of their abilities endlessly and the entire screen is just a blaze of visual effects. I think that's super enjoyable. I replaced Caliban's number 1 ability with Breach Surge because it synergizes fantastically with Sentient Wrath, and it synergizes fantastically with good armor stripping abilities because Breach Surge is really weak to armor. But if you can remove enemy armor, and then you can debuff them, and then you can Breach Surge them, and then you can just hit them with something that damages them, like another Sentient Wrath or something. It's just going to make the entire screen explode. And if you just spam all of your abilities endlessly, you're going to have a massively good time. I put out a Helminth build guide for Breach Surge Caliban. It's on this channel. If you want to go to the playlist for the Warframe guides that are on this channel, you can find that Helminth build guide if you also want to try to play Caliban in a kind of a different way than maybe other people are telling you to play him, and see what he actually can do as an ability spammer, which is where he excels, which is where he shines. He's super fun. So I do recommend, if you do have a Caliban, to look at that guide and try to play him that way. See if you see the same thing that I am seeing, which is that Caliban is a world of fun to play. And that's it, people. We did it. We did it. We got through the entire tier list. All 48 Warframes currently in the game. I guess if you want to count Excalibur Umbra as his own, then there's 49, but it's pretty much the same as Excalibur. It's not that different. So, that's this year's list. As always, if you disagree with me, if you think I'm way off base about something and you need me to really have it, and you gotta tell me off, man, then do so in the comment section. There's always stuff I miss myself, so I love to get some constructive criticism. That's fine. Otherwise, just standard stuff, people. If you like this content, if you want to see more of it, do consider subscribing to the channel. Do consider leaving a like, leaving a comment. All that stuff is very helpful for us. And check out our other stuff. Check out me and Anna. We're doing... my girlfriend Anna, she started playing Warframe just like 1 or 2 months ago herself, and we're currently going through the game for her, so check that out if that sounds interesting. Otherwise, just, tune in. We're gonna have more good stuff on the channel, and I will see you again tomorrow for something completely different.